We will now call to order February the 15th, 2022 board work session. And I'm so thankful to the members of the board for your presence tonight. Dr. Nillis will not be with us on this evening as he is dealing with family-related matters. And so he has been apprised of all of the dynamics of the meeting for this evening. I also want to acknowledge all of the wonderful gratitude expressions that have been given from our various schools in honor of School Board Appreciation Month. And so we certainly are thankful, and I know board members will make their own statements as they so choose. With that in mind, I would like for us to have a motion according to Section B to approve our agenda for tonight's work session. This has been featured via board docs, and now is an opportunity for us to reflect on our agenda for the evening. Dr. Gupta.
I'd like to propose an amendment to the agenda to include a discussion on mask policy.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for that. It is my understanding in tonight's meeting under agenda items, Section E, 2, LCS update, that our superintendent does have a recommendation to offer. If it would please the board, that would satisfy Dr. Gupta's request. All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
All right, Ms. Morrison has made the motion, seconded by Dr. Carter. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now we are at a portion in our work session tonight, Section C, which is in relationship to a special presentation, a marker in honor of Samuel F. Kelso. And we're so grateful to all who are here tonight for this festive opportunity. And we all have printed programs before us. And so with the printed program in mind, I'm now going to get us started with this. I would like to welcome each of you tonight here to the School Board Administration building, and it is our pleasure to do what we're doing tonight. And to begin our presentation, I would now like to call on our Superintendent, Dr. Crystal Edwards.
Thank you. And I'd just like to give a special thank you to all of our guests, our staff, our families, our friends, and our students for attending tonight's celebration. Also, a very, very special thank you to Miss Jane White, who has included Lynchburg City Schools in this honor. And those of you who know Jane know how committed she is to Lynchburg City Schools, to our community, and it's just wonderful and fantastic to always work with her and partner with her. So thank you, Jane White, for working with us to have this dream come true right here tonight. Also, on your way in, you were probably treated to some wonderful sounds of our elementary orchestra students. So a huge, huge shout out and thank you to Principal Steele, who worked with me to get Miss Ginger Paris and our elementary orchestra students here tonight to celebrate this wonderful occasion. Those students played from 4:30 straight without taking a break.
Let's
It
give
is
them a hand.
amazing. It's one of the programs that make Lynchburg City Schools so special. You can start violin as early as kindergarten here with us. About over 150 years ago, Samuel F. Kelso was a trailblazer in his time in advocating for education for all. He also taught at the Freedman School right here in Lynchburg, so that makes this extra special for us being in the admin building tonight. As an educator myself and in celebration of Black History Month, it gives me great joy to be part of this celebration tonight and to honor him and all that he has done. And tonight, I invite everyone to continue with his legacy, which actually mirrors our educational mission: every child, by name and by need, to graduation, and like we say, and beyond. So let's enjoy tonight for our special presentation and unveiling of the marker in celebration of Samuel F. Kelso. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards, and we're so thankful for this opportunity tonight. Recognition by the city, and we certainly are grateful tonight to see Councilman Wilder and other members of council who may be here tonight. And I believe Vice Mayor Bo Wright is going to come now and give us official recognition from the city. Welcome, Vice Mayor, here to the School Administration Building. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and this is my first time ever speaking in front of the school board, so my colleagues on Court Street, it's very good to be with you this evening. Thank you for having me. And it was fun coming in. Ginger Paris taught me how to play violin in kindergarten at Lincoln Elementary School, so it was a weird full circle a couple decades later. And it's also a privilege to be here with Doctors Terry and Bob Brennan, who I believe sponsored the marker today, to Mr. Kelso, Charlie White, the LCS Education Foundation, which I understand had a lot to do with this marker, and of course, the one, the only Jane White, who has made possible so many markers in Lynchburg and really helped to tell Lynchburg's story, not just to folks who are visiting, but also to ourselves. And it's also a special privilege to be here tonight with members of Mr. Kelso's family. So we're thrilled that they could be here with us too. So we'll hear more, I guess, later in this celebration about Mr. Kelso, his contributions to Lynchburg through education and advocacy, and to the cause of freedom throughout the state, thanks to his distinguished service at Virginia's Constitutional Convention in the late 1860s. And when I was thinking about Mr. Kelso, it was hard for me to fathom the degree of courage he must have summoned to serve in this way. In the aftermath of the Civil War, and as a formerly enslaved person, go to Richmond and advocate for equity in education. You only have to open up the newspaper today to see that very principle, which he fought for almost 160 years ago, is still at the forefront of education today. So I'm just astounded by his courage. Samuel Kelso's legacy is a reminder of just how essential education is. I know everybody in this room agrees with me on that, and how a high-quality, equitable public education system is a shared responsibility, a common cause, and a public trust. So it's an honor to pay tribute to him today. And I forgot to mention, I see Councilmember Wilder is here as well, so it's good to be with you, Councilmember. And I assume on your behalf, as well as our members of City Council, it's a great privilege to be here with you. Thanks to all those who made the marker possible and for inviting us to be here with you today. So greetings from the city of Lynchburg. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Wright. We really appreciate your comments and the entire members of City Council for your support. We're going to now have the background, and as we bring up Mrs. Jane White, I do want to acknowledge once again the presence of our former board chair, Charlie White. Mr. White, thank you for all you have done for public education across the years. Background, how does it happen? Jane White.
Well, it's wonderful to have the music to start off the evening, and thank you all for letting us do this here. I really appreciate it. The historical marker program is to recognize facts, people, events, and places that are prominent in the history of Virginia and the nation and the region. It is to educate. That is the whole purpose of markers, is to educate, not to be memorials. So they tend to be memorials, but that's not their purpose. Virginia's program for markers began back in 1927 and is the oldest in the United States. We now have more than 2,600 markers scattered throughout the state. And in the beginning, they were all for white men. And so I'm very proud that Lynchburg has many more historical markers recognizing the contributions of African Americans and women than most anywhere else in the state. So we've worked hard on that. Originally, it was the Virginia Conservation and Economic Development Commission that was tasked with markers, with, I guess, making them and coming up with who they were going to recognize. Then came the Virginia Department of Highways and the Virginia State Library and Virginia Landmarks Commission, which was the predecessor of the Virginia Department of Historic Resources. So all of those state agencies have played a part in the marker program through the years. And how in the world does it happen now? I want you to know that every marker you see is the result of probably one person who thought that a certain person or fact or site was significant. And so but it always takes a village, as we all know. And in my case, when I think of something for a marker, it's always because of Ted Delaney. And so I'm always standing on his shoulders for his research and his knowledge. And I remember when Ted discovered Samuel Kelso, and he was saying, this guy was really important. How come I've never heard of him? And I certainly had never heard of him either, but since then I have been thinking about people that deserved a marker, and he was certainly one. And it's because of Ted. And I will mention now that he's been called out of town this afternoon, and his remarks are going to be presented by his faithful prize docent from the museum system, Doug Washington. And also, we appreciate Vice Mayor Bo Wright taking on for Mary Jane Dolan, who has COVID. So thank you, Bo, for that. And that's how these things happen. Well, so what do you do if you want to do a marker? First, you look online and you see the history of the program and the application process, and it is long and tedious. Sometimes it takes as long as a year from start to finish, but it involves writing something that you think summarizes the subject in 100 words or less. You present that, but every one of those words has to be documented with whatever you can find that shows that it happened, whether it's a census record or a old newspaper article or whatever. But that is a fascinating process, and I want you to know that the state folks check every single documentation that you submit, and they seem to have an amazing amount of resources that enables them to do that. So you present that, and then they decide whether they like what you wrote or not, and they get back with you with revisions. And I will say that their revisions are always in corrections and much better than what I sent in. The other thing is you are required to have a program like today. That's an unveiling ceremony as part of things. You need to have a sponsor. I'm the proposer, but I called my friend Bob Brennan, whom I knew how passionate he was about education. And he and his wife were very generous to immediately say yes, they would be delighted to sponsor. So that was huge. So once you get someone who's and then comes along my son Charlie White, who added to the pot, and we partnered with the Lynchburg City School Education Foundation, who acts as physical agent for this program, and we have worked with them for other markers as well. And it's sometimes you raise a little more money than you need for the marker. The total amount for a marker is $1,700, just so you know, and those are not paid for by the state in any way, except the city of Lynchburg does do the installation, which is very nice. Now, if you lived in the county and were having a marker for Amherst or something, it's always installed by the VDOT, but in Lynchburg, it's installed by the City Department of Signs. So we're thankful for lots of folks. Now, the nice thing in this case that has happened is somehow the word got out, and I have not yet understood it, that there was this thing about Samuel Kelso that was going to happen. And I got an email 2 weeks ago, I guess, from a lady in New Jersey. Her name was Kelly Saunders, saying, I am the great niece of Samuel Kelso. Now, Kelly, come here. I want to introduce you to the person. Yes, ma'am. So Kelly has taken Amtrak down to Lynchburg last night, and we have had a very full day today. But she has been deeply involved in her family genealogy and has been having a wonderful time today, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
We have been all over the place, and you can imagine we've been to the city cemetery and other places and had a grand time, but she knows so much, and she is teaching us a lot about her family. And so it's a real treat when you have a family member who can come to an event like this. So you stick with me.
Yeah.
Okay. So I
Let's
wanted
work together.
you to know about that. Now, the way
Thank
this
you.
will work is after Doug Washington presents Ted's remarks, we will all gather your coats and we'll go outdoors and actually do the unveiling. And then you can go home. Or unless you're staying for the meeting. And so I just want you to know that's how this works. All right, thank you.
Doug, Mr. Washington, before you begin your remarks, we do want to yield for just a moment to allow Dr. Bob Brennan to make a statement.
I just very briefly would like to say how appreciative I am and my wife, Dr. Terry Brennan, who was in the back row there, are to have been asked to participate in this honor of supporting this marker. I learned something many years ago in Lynchburg that other people have learned, that if Jane White calls you and asks you to do something, you make sure you do it. So that's what we did, and we're pleased to be part of it. But I also just want to point out that Jane White is more than historical markers in Lynchburg. She, as most people know, was the heart and soul of the city cemetery. She literally resurrected that area and made it into the wonderful place that it is, known both locally and nationally in the United States. She has really taken on the historic markers in the state, and it's so wonderful that here we are in the month of African-American history, that here she is, who has done so many markers, most of Afro-American people in Lynchburg, such as Mr. Kelso. She did one in 2021 for the first black veterinarian in the United States, which is on 5th Street. So she's really done a great job. I also have to point out that she is the wife of Ken White, who has played a huge role in public education in Virginia. Mr. White was the president of the Virginia Board of Education. He was chairman of the Virginia Board School Authority. He was a member of the Governor's Commission on Excellence in Education and has made tremendous contributions both statewide and locally. And then finally, I have to point out that Mrs. White is the mother of Charlie White, who is a former board member, former chair of Lynchburg City Schools. I say this only to make the point that behind every successful man is a great woman, which is what Mrs. White is. Mrs. White, thank you so much for all the things you've contributed to our town and to our school.
Well said, Dr. Brennan. And now Doug Washington to tell us a bit of history.
Thank you, Reverend Coleman. And thank you to the one and only Jane White. I feel so honored to be here on behalf of Ted Delaney, Lynchburg Museum Director, to honor a remarkable man, Samuel Kelso. Ted asked me to convey his deepest regrets that he could not be here today personally, and so I'm honored to share his message for you today about Samuel F. Kelso, born circa 1825 to 1880, died 1880. And here are Ted Delaney's remarks for the historical highway marker to be unveiled today. Let me also add that if Ted were here, he would express his sincere joy that members of the Kelso family are here. From Ted Delaney. It is unusual that we know so little about the subject of a Virginia historical marker. But such is the case with Samuel Kelso. There are no known photographs or images of Samuel Kelso. We don't know exactly when he was born. And most of his short life, which took place before emancipation in 1865, remains a mystery. He and his wife Sarah had no known children, and his only living relatives are descended from his brother Alan. The location of Kelso's grave in Old City Cemetery has never been found, and whatever marked it has long since disappeared. It's fair, we think, to say that only a small handful of people in Lynchburg today have ever heard the name of Samuel Kelso before. However, what we do know about Kelso is impressive and amazing. And we think you'll see it was an easy decision for the State Board of Historic Research to honor him with one of these special markers. One thing we know about Samuel Kelso is that he was a savvy politician and political organizer who quickly rose to become one of the very first African Americans to engage in politics in Lynchburg after the Civil War. In fact, he was the first black person ever elected to public office in Central Virginia. Wow. He was chosen by the citizens of Campbell County and Lynchburg to represent them in the new state constitutional convention, which would assemble in Richmond in the winter of 1867 and 68. He competed against seasoned and influential white men, including former Confederate colonel and local newspaper editor Robert Withers, demonstrating his competence and leadership from the stump and the debate stage. We also know Kelso was a man of tremendous courage and inner strength. It's hard for us to imagine. It's truly hard for any of us to imagine how hostile was the socio-political climate in Virginia in the first several years after the Civil War. Confederate Virginians had lost the war and were coming to terms with the new reality of emancipated slaves, black citizenship, and large numbers of black men voting in public elections. The economy was devastated, and federal troops still occupied Lynchburg. Conservatives were having a very hard time adjusting to this new South. Black politicians were their easiest, favorite target. for harassment and brutally racist treatment in the press. And of course, the threat of personal violence was very real. For those who exercised their new rights, especially those who put themselves in a position of leadership like Samuel Kelso did. It's no coincidence that the first documented appearance of the Ku Klux Klan in Lynchburg was in the spring of 1868, right near the end of that constitutional convention, when it was clear how Lynchburg and Virginia were changing in fundamental ways. So into this grim arena, Samuel Kelso stepped in the late 1860s. He endured dehumanizing personal attacks from the local and statewide press, and was once even forced from the stage by armed vigilantes while speaking at a mass meeting of Republicans at Campbell County Courthouse. During the Constitutional Convention, United States Army General Ulysses S. Grant visited the city of Richmond. The president of the convention appointed a small committee of delegates to call on General Grant and invite him to attend the proceedings in the state capitol. Kelso was appointed to this committee with 4 other white men. One of those men, Delegate Hugh Lee from Roanoke County, refused to join the committee. In remarks from the floor of the convention, Lee, who was a Confederate veteran, said it was not because he disliked Grant, but simply because Kelso was a black man and he could not condone equality of the races. The last thing I'll mention that we know about Kelso is that he was passionate about education and its importance in uplifting his race. Not only was he a school teacher immediately after the emancipation of 1865, but he was also a trustee for the Polk Street School for Black Children in Lynchburg, which predated the local public school system. You can see a photograph of that school in your program. While serving in the state constitutional convention, Kelso argued for a free public education system for all races.
Wow.
So he actually presaged that motto you have out on the wall, a tradition of excellence for all. He was one of many moderate and progressive delegates whose belief in public education ultimately became state law through Article 8 of the new Constitution. Today, after 150 years of public education in Virginia and Lynchburg, it is easy to forget how unpopular that concept was in the 1860s and 70s. Before 1870, there was no public school system in Virginia, and most children didn't go to school. Most white people in Central Virginia were opposed to the idea of taxpayers' dollars funding a school system, a public school system, not to mention one that educated black children along with white children. The idea was radical for its time. But Kelso remained committed to it until his death in 1880. May this new marker, in closing, may this new marker here on Court Street remind us all and future generations of Samuel Kelso and his vision for Lynchburg. Thank you.
Mr. Washington, that was exceptionally done. Thank you so very much. We will now adjourn for the unveiling of the marker outside of the administration building. Ms. White's going to give us some instructions. Dr. Edwards, along with Ms. Reeves, will lead us in that situation. Ms. White?
Thank you. That's sort of what I was going to say. Was
All right.
Ethel Reeves, and I would like our descendant here, Kelly Saunders, to join Ethel
All right.
and others, and they will do the pulling of the cord.
All right.
So everybody just please come on.
Yes, ma'am. We're coming right now. Right. Thank you. Outstanding job. Wow. All right, Madam Vice Chair and members of the board, I think we can reconvene. I do want to again acknowledge that Mayor Dolan did send me a personal note acknowledging this to be a fantastic platform by which to acknowledge the contributions of Samuel Kelso, and so we certainly are appreciative of those remarks. This will now move us in our work session agenda to Section D, where there will be a school board policy discussion. D1 is around operation policy update for discussion. Dr. Edwards?
Absolutely. So this particular policy, which is KNAJ, was actually on our agenda quite some time ago, probably in 2020, before we signed our second MOU. We signed one in 2018 with the police department and our SROs, and again in 2020, and we were supposed to bring this policy back after we did the community feedback for the MOU. We revised it, added it, edited, revised it, and then in January of 2020, we signed the new MOU, but we did not come back to the policy. So you have the policy before you, which reflects the changes that VSBA was recommending at that particular time. It hasn't changed. It may change again before we sign another MOU in the end of this year, probably December of 2022. Every 2 years, we review that MOU. And since then, we've also, just so for the board to know, our MOU is posted on our website, and it does reflect not only the comments of this school board, but also the community. We did have a lot of community conversation about that, as well as doing a short video, which I do believe is also still on our website, with Director Brown, the Chief of Police, and Officer Ramirez, and I did do a video there. So this is the recommended policy. We also do a training for all administrators. I know there were some questions at the time that we were doing the MOU regarding oversight, as far as what's administrative oversight, what's SRO oversight. And we do a training every year on that. Director Brown did one this past summer for all administrators, taking us through what our roles and responsibilities are and our duty to be sort of in local parentis of kids when they're in our custody. And we all know that SROs are not there to discipline our children at all. That is the job of the administrators and the classroom teachers as needed. So we wanted to make sure we brought the policy forward since we did not bring it back after we did the MOU. Any questions?
Any questions for any member of the board? And so that would conclude. I'm so sorry, Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just had a question regarding the wording of the last paragraph. And we say, and the law enforcement agency. Do we just want to state Lynchburg City Police Department? Or is that in there for a particular reason versus defining the Lynchburg Police Department?
I don't know if it's specific, if it's in there for any particular reason. Right now, it's the police department that, it's our police department that employs our school resource officers. I think it's just kind of general in there. We can adjust it if needed. This is up for discussion, by the way. It'll come back for a vote next week.
Any members of the board have sentiments with Mr. Harvey on this matter? Dr. Brennan?
So I just wanted, I did submit a question to Attorney Towns regarding the section about report to law enforcement officials, as far as the wording has been changed from the principal immediately reports to local law enforcement officials. All incidents listed below that may constitute criminal has been crossed out into a felony. And I was concerned that some of the things listed there were not actually felonies, and we were sort of, we may overstep our bounds of having students be accused of criminal offenses when they're not. And Attorney Towns was nice to get back to me and to copy Superintendent Edwards and Dr. Coleman to say that Some of these are not, such as number 3, which is any threats against school personnel while on a school bus or school property or school-sponsored activity is not a felony, but we should leave that as far as the scope of the policy goes, since it was established that way before. But I think it also should be clear that we're clearly not going to, I think the role of this is to limit criminal actions to felonies and not just to criminal activities, which were originally started.
And I think just to go back to the training that Student Services Department provided administrators, one of the things that we do is call the Student Services Office just to vet it. LaTanya Brown and her team works very closely with our SROs. And so if a principal has any questions or anything, that is their first call to at least notify so that we're all on the same page. And it's you know, it takes the question out of it, whether or not there's something that's a felony or criminal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Dr. Edwards?
You're right.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, could I also add, in the training, we also utilize our event codes, and all of our administrative staff has a manual in which we get event codes from the Virginia Department of Education, and it lists within that the codes in which we are to report out to law enforcement, and we do review that over the summer, as well as the principals contacting us whenever there is an offense on campus or an incident on campus or that involves our students that may be reportable. So it is a cross-check before something is reported.
Thank you, Director Brown. Before Mr. Trost, Attorney Towns answered your questions sufficiently, Dr. Brennan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No, she may well be on with us. Okay, Mr. Trost?
And just a little bit of point of clarification, I may have read that incorrectly then. My reading of that sentence means, and correct me, Director Brown, if I'm incorrect on this, but is they're only reported if that conduct rises to the level of a felony. Is that true or not true?
Correct. And so we work with the police department and the SROs with this piece of it in determining that as well.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Harvey had raised a question about the wording. Is anyone else share sentiments with him on that, or that can be something that can just be looked into before our next reading? All right. Any further discussion on this matter?
Well, Mr. Excuse me.
Go
Does that address your issue, the fact that it's only reported if it's a felony? That my understanding is the reason it was changed to the word from criminal activity to felonies because they only report it if it's a felony. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's a separate item than what I flagged. I flagged an issue with the reference. I felt that it should directly reference the Lynchburg Police Department in lieu of, what does it say? Law enforcement agency.
And the only reason I thought maybe it did the more global law enforcement agency is if it was a bomb threat or something, maybe it would be something other than Lynchburg Police Department getting involved. Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms Agency or something along that line, the local level. So maybe that's the only reason I thought.
Yeah, so that was my purpose of asking that question.
Okay.
So it could be
Thank you for your input, Mr. Trost, and thank you, Mr. Harvey. All right, if there's no further discussion on this matter, we'll move to D2, which is Instruction and Program Human Resources Policy Update.
And I am going to turn it over to Director Brown, who is going to go over the additions to this policy. You've seen this policy a couple times before. We've made some edits to it 2 years ago, but there are now some Title IX specific edits that Director Brown will go over.
Yes, good afternoon again, Board. Within the policy, we've updated the VSBA terms of compliance officer consent and also outlined the prohibited sexual harassment in regards to Title IX conduct. We've updated that and included the code that goes along with sexual assault and dating violence within this. Also, in addition to this, we also updated the verbiage for what a title coordinator is, and also the email address to report for student complaints and also for personnel complaints within this document. And lastly, we outlined the the Title IX grievance process in detail from the beginning to the end, so that everyone can fully understand the definitions as well as the timelines and the expectations if a Title IX complaint is filed or sexual harassment complaint is filed.
And Director Brown, these are VSBA updates, correct?
Yes, ma'am, there are VSBA updates.
All right. Thank you, Director Brown. Any questions from the board at this point as it has come before us tonight as a part of a discussion? We'll take that up in our March meeting. All right, we will now move on to Section E, agenda items. These first 4 items may well have action to them, and the human resource report, we will begin with that, Dr. Edwards.
Absolutely. So the Human Resource Report does have action to it. And let me just preface that we are doing, accelerating our notice of intent for our employees. So that has already gone out, asking employees what their intents are for next year in terms of anybody who's moving, resigning, or retiring, so that we can begin our hiring process a little bit earlier and get out there earlier and post our positions so that we, for the upcoming school year, get excellent talent. I say that to say that when you look at the Human Resource Report and you see resignations, please take note of the date. You will start to see some that are at the end of this particular school year because folks are starting to notify us earlier, which allows us to plan better for the upcoming school year. But this item is up for action tonight.
Okay. Is a motion in order to approve the recommendations from the superintendent of the Human Resource Report presented to us tonight?
I move that we approve the Human Resources Report.
Been moved by Dr. Carter. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Dr. Brennan. Any further questions or discussion on E1? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Mr. Trost.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan.
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta.
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That now moves us to E2, which is our LCS update, and Dr. Edwards and Pugh will lead us in that.
Yes, so we wanted to provide an update on COVID in the community, COVID and LCS, and some of the more recent events that are occurring in our community. So I'm going to start with Ms. Pugh and just the latest COVID data in our city and in our schools.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Edwards and School Board. We have been continuing to monitor the 7-day positivity rates in the area over the last months, and the rates over the last month, the rates have steadily dropped, which has been good news for us. About 3 or 4 weeks ago, it was 39%, and this is the 7-day positivity rate. And then it went down to 29%, and then the following week, which was last week, it was 21%. And so Dr. Edwards and I were very hopeful that we would continue to see that, perhaps 10% drop. The rate is lower, but this week it was reported at 17%. We will continue to monitor this weekly, and we are really hopeful that the 7-day positivity rates will continue to drop in the area, which really will allow us to lessen some of the protocols that we have in place, such as outside visitors and volunteers and students being able to participate in field trips. So we will continue to monitor that and be very hopeful. I also wanted to let you know that the health mitigation plan has been updated, and I'm just going to cover a few changes. We are no longer contact tracing, except in situations where we may have clusters of positive cases, and meaning that we may have 3 or more positive cases in a classroom or in a particular office location. In these circumstances, we will continue to work with the Department of Health to contact trace and then determine our next steps and what to do with those cases. Additionally, we're only quarantining those individuals that test positive for COVID-19. We are not quarantining those that are exposed or close contacts. Those that are positive will need to isolate, quarantine for 5 days, and then if their symptoms and fever have subsided, they may return on day 6. And at this point, it is still strict mask wearing days 6 through 10. And if there may be a few other updates, but if anyone's interested, the health mitigation plan is posted on our website. And lastly, I just want to remind everyone, our community, our students, our staff, our families, that we want to remind you that if you are eligible and able to, please get vaccinated. There are vaccination clinics across the city that are opened to Lynchburg community members. We held a clinic in partnership with the health department last Friday at EC Glass High School, and we'll continue to work with the health department to offer some future clinics. And we also encourage our LCS staff and our students to participate in the weekly COVID screening that we're doing through VISTA and the health department and VDOE. And that's available to all of our sites now. So both vaccinations and the weekly testing will really help us maintain 5 days of in-person learning for our students. So it's really critical for all of us to do our part. So. And I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Edwards to talk a little bit about Senate Bill 739.
Well, before I get to the Senate bill, just to piggyback on what you said, here in the admin building, we do testing every Tuesday from about 8 to 9, and it literally takes about 2 to 3 minutes to do the test. And again, we do encourage folks as another layer of mitigation to participate in that. Very private, very easy to do. I also just want to remind the community, because there was always questions about what we're looking at when we're making those decisions, and the definition of what is high. We do receive the weekly COVID updates from Central Virginia Department of Health for each of our communities. It's a school leader update that I share with the board. It's color-coded. And usually the color is red if we're in the high. So we are, even though we're down to about 17% positivity rate, we're still considered in the high by definition from VDH. We also look at what happens in our own schools. And I will tell you, leading up to the school board meeting that we had on January 21st, when we made the decision to stay put with current mitigation strategies, we were looking at 46 positive cases in Lynchburg City schools. That's not in the community, that was in our schools at that time. On February 11th, so about a couple weeks later, we went from 46 positive cases to 3. Since then, over the weekend, February 14th and 15th, we've had 8 cases and 7 cases. So we've remained in the single digits the last couple days that we have monitored our in-school Lynchburg City school cases, which is working in our favor. Also, thank you to this board. Remember that you voted in January to extend the early release days on Wednesday, the 2-hour early release, until the end of February. So tomorrow is Wednesday. We have an early release, and then we have one more for the month of February. And part of the reason for doing that is because we were having to scramble and cover due to large amounts of quarantine and positivity rates. And hopefully we won't see that anymore. So at this time, I just want, the community has been asking, are we going to ask the board to vote for other days? We are not at this point. So the last early release day for this school year, barring any kind of emergency or any changes in COVID that are extremely in a negative direction, will be next Wednesday. So we have tomorrow and next Wednesday, which fits with the trends that this particular variant should be trending down at the end of February, which is what the model forecast, and we discussed that a little bit when we talked in January. Since then, there's been a lot of activity that has been going on. You know that we had executive orders. We've also had Senate Bill 1303, and we have a new Senate bill that is out and has been passed and is forecast to have an effective date. I think they still have to go through that, but it'll be effective on March 1st, which is to allow students to be to have the option to wear masks in schools. The federal law is still in place. The federal law affects transportation and our buses, so students are still required to wear masks on school buses, but it looks like students will be able to go mask optional as of February 1st. That is the effective date that the governor, March 1st. That is the effective date that the governor is looking at. The teachers and employee part of it is covered under a different part of the law, that is the Department of Labor. There is a meeting tomorrow around 10 o'clock, I think, for Dole to evaluate whether or not they are still recommending that all of the employees, in our case is the staff, must continue to wear masks. So we are still in mask in terms of that. We look to get more information pending the outcome of that meeting tomorrow. We have today at the end of our meeting, we normally do our closed session at the beginning, but we had such a wonderful presentation that we wanted to do in the daylight outside. So at the end of our meeting, we will be consulting with our attorneys to talk more about the recent changes in the bills. But as I'm looking at it, and as I've talked to you before, one of the measures that I was considering is to look at our positivity rates going down. And at the time that we met in January, we were going up, up, up. Even a week after we made our decision, we still went up. And since we have come down, 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 and is looking very favorable that we can relax some of the mitigation strategies, similar to what we did last summer before Delta, where we did have opportunities where we were not wearing masks all the time. So we're looking to do that. I do want us to be mindful and listen to all of the information that is presented to us. So we will go into closed session at the end of the meeting just to confer with the attorneys. And then if we want to, at the end of that, to come out and make a recommendation for any changes going forward, we can do it. But I do want us to I want all the board members to at least have access and ask the attorneys any questions that you need to ask before we make a decision. Is that favorable with the board? Okay.
Dr. Gupta?
So what you're saying is, I wanted to make a motion to not wait for the governor to force us on March 1st, since the COVID rates are down, do it in 24 hours or so, the time it takes. So you're saying wait till the closed session, then I can come out and make a motion if there's a second.
Yeah. Yes, I just want to make sure that all board members, before you do that all board members have an opportunity to at least hear from what the attorney wants to share with us, so that we can make the best informed decision. And we have listened to all of the data. I've shared a lot with you this week of everything, including our trends and positivity rates and what's going on in our schools and all of the changes in the law. The last piece you have to do is just consult with the attorney, and then we can come out and do that.
All right, procedurally, you've heard from the superintendent in relationship to the realities of Senate Bill 739, et cetera. Would it please the board that we would come out of our closed meeting and handle that matter in that way? All right, anything else from the LCS updates?
No, I think that is it on that front.
All right, thank you so very much. We appreciate it. And we will now move to the next item, which is our middle school program of studies. We heard this is our last meeting, and it is for action tonight, Dr. Edwards.
Yes, so as you said, we did go over this at our last meeting, and Ms. Pugh, did you receive any questions or anything since then?
No, I did not. And so the changes that were highlighted last time, I think Mr. Trost noticed something on the first or second page, and so that's been fixed. The other thing that I mentioned last time, but it has been changed in the document, we did add back in the theater. It was called drama, but now it's theater arts, and it's the introduction to theater class. That is available, but the wording that has been added is that it's available based on the minimum enrollment numbers at each school. So I just want board members to be aware that we are offering it at all 3 schools, but in order for the class to take place, the enrollment has to meet the minimum numbers. So sometimes we have it at all 3 middle schools, and sometimes it's only offered at 1 middle school based on the number of students that enroll in it. So that's the only thing that was added back in since the last meeting.
All right, Dr. Brennan?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the middle school program of studies for the 2022-2003 academic year.
All right, it's been made in form of a motion by Dr. Brennan, seconded by Ms. Morrison, that we approve the program of studies for 2022-23 academic school year. Any further questions or discussion on this very important item? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Mr. Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now we are going to move to a discussion and possibly also for action, 2022-23 LCS calendar. Dr. Edwards.
Yes, the calendar was presented at our last meeting, and again, you have a list of calendar committee members there, and we like to thank them for all of their hard work in putting together a calendar. Just as a reminder, this is the LCS calendar, not the BAS calendar. Should this calendar get approved, then we use this template to do the BAS calendar, and our calendar committee is on standby to start the 2023-24 school year calendar based on this. So I don't think we've had too many changes. This is the rough draft working version of the calendar. We also include on our district calendar all of the holidays and everything as well on that one. Any questions?
All right, Dr. Gupta.
You know, this is not for this year, for next year. Fairfax County has started acknowledging all the religious holidays on their calendar. So I don't know if it's something
We have that on page 2. So normally when we put our calendar together, Ms. Reeves actually does a great job of listing everything so that teachers and staff can be mindful of the holidays. We don't necessarily put them on the page 1 unless we're having a day off.
We acknowledge those things.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. All of these are important considerations. Calendar is very important. We're in discussion. Is there a desire of the board to move it to the form of a motion for approval?
You might say, are any members of the committee here, just to thank them for their work?
Yes, Lucretia is here. Ms. Scott is here. Mrs. Scott is here. I don't think anybody is online that was a part of that committee, but Ms. Scott is here.
Go forth with your thank you, Dr. Brennan.
No, I think we did this last meeting, but just to say it one more time, because I don't think we realized people are online, but thank you all so much for the work that went into this. It was very well presented and well thought out, and I think everyone was very supportive of it, as shown by the upcoming vote. But thank you all for your work.
And thank you so much. We do want the public to continuously know that this is a hard-working board looking at these documents over and over and discussions ongoingly. And so it appears that there's no further discussion on this matter. Are we ready for a motion if I haven't heard one already?
I move to approve the calendar.
All right, thank you.
22-23 LCS calendar.
Motion's been made by Ms. Morrison, seconded by Dr. Carter. Any further questions or discussion on the motion to approve the calendar? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So that we can be in order with goal 3 of fiscal responsibility, or 5 is our capital improvement plan. Dr. Edwards will lead us into Mr. Gasky.
Yes, so on this capital improvement plan, this is for information tonight, and Mr. Gatsky is either here or online. He's online. I have to look. So Mr. Gatsky is visiting via Zoom to talk about this construction of an asphalt paved surface drive at the facilities and transportation site. Mr. Gatsky.
Good evening. So in our capital improvement plan, we did have $701,994 in funding to build a new service road at the transportation facility. The city helped us put this out for bid, and we got bids back. And so we're bringing this tonight for information, and then we'll bring it back at the first March meeting for approval. This drive will connect the bus lot to the Bradley Drive entrance to our site. So essentially it's a back door. This is greatly needed. It has been for a while. If anybody's familiar with our site, it's at the top of a very steep hill. And there have been times in the past when we've been very concerned about whether we could get buses up and down and also other vehicles. So this will give us an opportunity to access the site through a street that has a much gentler slope. Also, the John Capron Road, which is where we're situated, has recently, in the last year or so, been completed. It was a dead end at just above our site, but now it's two-way, and it has become a safety concern because we have buses pulling out into 2 lanes of traffic. What this will allow us to do will be bring buses through the existing entrance, and then they can leave the site out the back entrance. So we think it'll be much safer. Also included in this project is a sidewalk along Wards Ferry Road from Timberlake Road intersection to the Heritage drive entrance. This was not done at the time of construction. And this is being done now as basically a cost avoidance measure. The city requires, under their regulations and code, that if you improve your site in any way, you have to put in curb and gutter and sidewalks if you don't have them. And out there at the bus facility, we do not have a sidewalk along John Capron Road, and we were being required to put one in. The topography out there is such that it would have been very expensive to do the sidewalk along the street. We would have had to put retaining walls in and things of that nature, which just drove the cost up. So in talking with the city and explaining to them, we would be the only property on the street that would have a sidewalk. So it'd be kind of like an island out there, that it really didn't seem necessary. And we asked if we could do something in place of it, and they agreed. So we are putting the sidewalk along Wards Ferry Road at a much reduced cost to us. So the project is basically two sites involved, our transportation site and then out at Wards Ferry Road at Heritage. So we had a bid opening, and the low bidder after the next day contacted the city and asked to withdraw their bid. They had miscalculated something and were not comfortable with the price they gave. The city agreed to that. And so we are asking for approval to enter into a contract with the second lowest bidder with their price of $370,131.68. If you look at the bid form, you'll notice 3 unit prices. Those are for rock excavation in various forms, and the last one is for excavation of unsuitable soil, which is just soils that won't support the drive, and we'd have to dig them out and put something in that is more suitable. We are not anticipating do any of that. We did some soil borings, testing the site, and we found nothing of concern. So as I said, we are bringing this for information tonight and bringing it back for action at the next meeting.
All right,
Do you have
Dr.
any questions?
Yes, we do, Mr. Gaskin. Dr. Gupta.
So I have a conflict because I have a property on Wards Ferry Road. So we already have a sidewalk on one side. So what you're proposing is on the other side of the Wards Ferry
Yeah.
Road connecting Timberlake to Heritage High School.
Yes. And it would be on the same side as the high school. And what we think this will do is provide a little bit of a safer path for any students walking. If you're familiar with the area, so you know there's a lot of apartments going up out there. And so we looked at it. We looked at various sites around at our different schools, and this seemed to be the one that had the most need.
Can I continue?
Go right ahead, Dr. Gupta.
So my concern, and I've raised it to the city's traffic engineer, there's no crosswalk on this side of, Heritage. The kids who are coming straight with the current sidewalk have to go on the other side and then cross the Wards Ferry Road. And with the way people drive there is they think it's a 60-mile-an-hour highway. So is there any way we can work with the city to develop a crosswalk for our kids on both sides of the street coming out of Heritage?
Yes, we can certainly investigate that. City has always been very willing to work with us, especially when it comes to safety.
Because, I asked them, out of City Hall, they have these little blinkers which go off whenever somebody's crossing. And a lot of our young men and women have seen them, they cross, and they're waiting for cars to stop, which never happens. It's an ongoing traffic, so maybe blinkers will stop them and slow them down. So those were my two requests. Thank you.
I would attest that is a true observation that Dr. Gupta is presenting to us tonight. All right, anything else for Mr. Gaskin tonight, as this is, Dr. Brennan?
Mr. Gaskin, just a clarification, and you mentioned this, I think I missed it, but what is the, the total lump sum or the bids by the three contractors, and one of whom has dropped out? And then what are the unit prices below that, and why do they differ?
Okay.
To price three, could you explain that one more time?
Yeah, so we had, total price is the price that they submitted for their, for the project. So we had the 290 from the the lowest contractor, then Pearson had 370,000 and change, and then we had the third contractor offered 629,000, and so we're going with Pearson. So the unit prices below the first one, unit price one, is for rock excavation in trenches. So if we have to trench anything and we hit rock, that price would go into effect of the $225 per. I believe that'd be cubic yard, but and then unit price two is rock excavation in bulk. That would be if we're excavating for the drive and we hit rock along the way. To get that out, would be $275. And then the unit price number three is unsuitable materials in bulk excavation. So if they're as they're building the roadbed, they hit a spot that is, let's say it's too wet or something where they feel it won't support a road base, and they have to dig it out and put in another material that's more suitable. So that's what the $110 would be.
So is the total price then, the total price and then those other three added on?
No.
Yes, it would be added on. But like we, several years ago, when we started planning for this project, we did do some soil borings, and we found nothing of concern. The contractor puts this type of thing in there just to make sure that, because you're excavating, you don't know what you might find when you get the grass out of the way. So, but we are not anticipating having to use any of those unit prices.
Thank you.
Did you want to clarify, Dr. Gupta, a question?
I just have one more question. There is a HHS sign up there on that. So that will be preserved, right, because of the sidewalk that HHS.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we're not disturbing anything. It connects with the sidewalk up on Timberlake Road, just runs right along the existing curb and connects up with the little bit of sidewalk that is right there by the sign at the entrance below. We're not disturbing anything, not moving any poles or any telephone poles or anything like that.
All right, Mr. Harvey.
If I could, I'd like to address your question. These are unit prices per cubic yard. So if they do hit rock, you would take that unit price, multiply it by how many cubic yards of material, and then that would be added to there. But I think what Mr. Gatsky's telling us is they've had soil borings of the site prior to this work, and so they don't anticipate this. But this is a good safety measure that's in place, so you know what the contractor would charge if that did happen. So in theory, that lump sum price is hopefully what we pay.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey, for your expertise. I continue to brag on our board. There's such expertise around the table as we have our discussions. All right, anybody else, anything for Mr. Gasket? This will come before us again on March the 1st. And seeing no further discussion on this, it will move us to our last agenda item under Section E. And I believe that the superintendent is simply looking for some direction from us tonight. We've all had an opportunity to weigh in, and so Dr. Edwards, please.
Yes, so we actually have a presentation for you, but more so for our community, because we do recognize that, you know, we may have new members of our community or our school community who have never seen the budget process, so we're going to take you through that. I have the entire senior leadership team in the room, myself, Ms. Pugh, Ms. Scott, Ms. Davis, and Ms. Reeves, all here to kind of tag team in our presentation, as well as a cadre of directors who are on Zoom participating electronically to answer any questions about the work that we've done and the process that we've used. We do have assistance from our tech team to help with the slide presentation, and all of these materials are available in board docs for the public to follow along as well. So I'm going to get started just letting you know that we will tag team throughout the presentation, and then we'll take questions at the end. We'll try to answer some of the ones that may have already been asked and answered or asked as we go along. So, and we're going to say next slide so that our team knows to move to the next slide. There we go. Just for the general public to understand our budget conversation process, going back to November and December, we did have a budget survey that was on our website. Anybody could weigh in and send some information, suggestions, priorities. We've had community members also come to our board meeting and share what they felt some of our board priorities for the upcoming school year should be. We had a cadre of administrative meetings, which one of the first meetings when I gave the board, gave you all of this book like this, and in this book on the first page is a list of meetings for every school and department where we had budget meetings with the budget leaders, principals, directors in charge of that. And then there are a list of meetings for a school board, did not include finance committee meetings, although we have talked a little bit about budget there too, that lead up to our culminating activities as a board are on March 15th. We will have our second public board hearing. The first one was to get input about things that the community felt should be priorities in the budget. This one in March is to present the final budget and also have community input on that and feedback, as well as our work session and the final approval of our budget from this school board. The last date is a TBD for our joint meeting with City Council, which is tentatively now March 22nd. I will confirm that for all board members once I get complete confirmation for that. So I know there was some back and forth about the dates, and right now we're looking at the tentative City Council school board meeting will not conflict with our original budget calendar, which works for us. So at our first January 18th board meeting, we sort of gave you an overview. We spent the bulk of January 25th going over a very thick book of salary guides where we did an average of a 5% salary increase across the board, but that's not a 5% for everyone. We restructured our pay tables, particularly classified pay tables and lower wage pay tables, so some of that increase is 8, 10, 12, 14%, while you'll see some of the higher wages being more like 3.5% to 5% as well. The next board meeting, we gave you a very lengthy list of all of the budget priorities. I think in total there was probably over 150 priorities that came from the various departments. And then we subsequently have streamlined those for you. So what we want to do tonight is go over the streamlined priorities that we've taken and come back and tell you where we are with that. So next slide, please. All right, just a little bit for our public about us, our schools and programs. 1 early learning center, 11 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, 2 high schools, 2 alternative programs, a virtual academy, which we started this year, and specialty programs, including programs like our TCS program at Sheffield, the Laurel program. We've got GovSchool that works with us, STEM Academy, also as being one of our programs. A little bit about our full-time and part-time employees. That is a total number of full and part-time, not by FTEs. And you can see the number of school-based employees, transportation, nutrition, student services, C&I, and special education staff, all the way down to superintendent's office and the Office of Equity and Community Relations, which is what it should be, not communications. And about 90% of our staff provide direct service to students. The bulk of our staff are either working directly in a building or transporting children back and forth to a building, or even feeding children. And even our admin staff, supervisors, are deployed at buildings where they're working with staff and students there. Next slide. And I'm going to let Ms. Reeves talk a little bit about our demographics.
Certainly. So, good evening, school board members. To accomplish our mission of every child by name and by need to graduation and beyond, we must know who we serve. We have 7,526 students in grades K through 12. In our pre-K classes, we serve an additional 331 students for a total of 7,857 students. Our students are diverse in many areas. 41.7% qualify as economically disadvantaged, 14.4% are our students with disabilities, and 3.5% are English language learners. As we look at the racial and ethnic demographics of our city and our schools, you will see some differences. While 28.4% of our city's residents are Black and 65% are white, our school enrollment indicates that just about half, or 49.9% of our students are Black, while 31.3% are white. Our enrollment also includes a higher rate of students who identify with 2 or more races and as Hispanic. We see diversity also as we have Asian, American Indian, and Native Hawaiian students.
Okay, you guys have seen this slide before. This is just outlining the very many things that we do here at Lynchburg City Schools. So if you are new to our education community, you probably know that we deliver educational services, but we also have nursing services, transportation, social services. We deal with parking with our students and our staff, billing and collections, arts and entertainment. If you were here earlier tonight, you got to hear our strings program and our elementary students, as well as helping staff plan for their retirement and future beyond Lynchburg City Schools. Next slide. Our core beliefs and mission statement, I mentioned this earlier, every child by name and by need to graduation, and we like to add and beyond for our kids. And you can see our core values there in terms of integrity, respect. What you see tonight in this presentation is teamwork, and of course the willingness and the eagerness to continue to be learners, and that's not only for our little people, but for our adults as well. Next slide. Our schools are open and we're thriving. Often I hear conversations, just listening and flipping channels about our schools being closed. Our schools have never been closed. Even last year during the pandemic, our schools were open except for the time when the governor closed all of the schools. And then we were open for hybrid, we were open for remote learning last year. We were open for arts, we were open for sports. We continued to do theater, drama all throughout the pandemic last year. And this year we've been open 5 days a week, with the exception of a couple times where we've had to shift to remote learning for about 2 or 3 days. But our schools are open, and not only are we open for academics, we're open for everything our children do, as you can see there in those photos. Next slide. All right, I'm going to let Ms. Pugh talk about that one.
Absolutely. So we've talked a lot at almost every school board meeting for the past almost 2 years now about learning loss and how important it is for us to continue to support all of our students, every child by name and by need. So what you're seeing here are 3 different elementary schools, school A, B, and C, with some data from IXL. And that's one of those programs that we're using to measure, to benchmark and measure growth and progress for our students in grades 2 through 12 in reading and grades 2 through Algebra 1 and math. I know Dr. Edwards shares with you some IXL data. Here you will see, if you look at school A, this is grade 1. And I do want to say that the expectation for grade 1 students to participate in IXL in first semester was not there, although some teachers did have their first grade students participate in it. But the expectation for them to participate in it on a regular basis started second semester. Again, you'll see school B is a second grade sample and school C has a fourth grade sample. If you will focus on the last 3, what I'm going to call columns, so at school A, you would see 176 and 164. So the 176 is the current average diagnostic level. So students are taking a diagnostic assessment in IXL several times a year, and the top one is in math. So a 176 means first grade, almost 8th month. And so in the one below it would be English language arts, reading. So that is the current average for that grade in this particular school is 164, meaning first grade, 6 months. The next column is the expected growth. So that's the grade level expectation. So 150 points, and you'll see at the bottom 10 points equals 1 month growth. And so we're expected to grow, each assessment in each month, we want to see at least 10 points of growth for our students. So if you look at that, 176 is above the 150. We would expect our students in first grade to be at the first grade in 5 months, and at 164 it also is above the 150. The last column is the average monthly growth, and that's where that expected growth is. And so, as I mentioned, we want to see 10 points of growth. And if you'll notice in this first grade, in this particular school, in math, students grew above that by 8 months. And again, in reading by 7 months. So I'm not going to go over every single one of these, but this highlights the hard work that our teachers have been doing and our students have been doing to really combat that learning loss across all grades. This particular example here is just elementary, but I do want to highlight that the division average growth in math is 59, which means, that's the expected 5.9 months. So we've seen students grow in math, in their learning across the division, and again, math is second through Algebra 1, almost 6 months of growth to this point. And the average growth in ELA is 63, so that's 6 months, a little over 6 months of growth to date. So I think we need to be aware of that and proud of the hard work that our teachers and our students have done thus far.
Thank you. And we stopped to pause before we get into the budget, just to have that conversation about combating learning loss, because we presented some data at the beginning of the school year that made some people just feel like, wow, we're really at a state. And I stated at the beginning, you know, it's important to know where our students are, but it's really important to know that are they making growth and are they catching up to either where they were or going beyond. And that's why we measure this data, to just make sure that our students are progressing and to make sure that what we're doing, our schools are not failing. And we are gaining ground on what COVID has done to our children, not just here in Lynchburg City Schools, but everywhere, but particularly because that's the school that we work at, gaining ground, which is why it's important that we continue to support our kids through this budget. So now we're going to talk about what's in the proposed operating budget that we have prioritized for you. So next slide. And you can see some photos there. And we'd like to highlight that our budget has a little bit of everything. When we gave you the big 150 some odd plus items, it represented every school, every department, and all of our needs. And not to say that those needs aren't important, but we did have to go through. And even though the building managers prioritized them, we had to prioritize them against each other. So what you are going to see is a system that we used in priority, and I had shared this with the school board since the last meeting. Anything with a 0 is something that we identified as that cost is just going to go up without us or not. So think about the fuel. For those of you driving your cars, you're noticing that gas prices are just going up. There's not much you can do about that. You can conserve how you drive, but you're not going to change the price of that. So anything we gave a priority 0 are costs that Lynchburg City Schools may experience that are going to go up, that are pretty much out of our control. Priority 1 is a high priority need. Priority 2 is a priority need. And then 3 is something that we need, but when we did our list, we could possibly defer. 4 is something for more consideration. 5 are things that we looked at that our buildings and our departments told us that we could possibly use some of our CARES funding to fund that. And then we had a couple things that were duplicate, so 6 means that they are deleted. For the purpose of this conversation tonight, what we've done for the school board is narrow it down to priority 0 and priority 1. So we're going to take you through, we took you through everything last time, but now we're going to go through priority 0 and priority 1, also for our community so that they understand what's in that list. Next slide. All right,
I'm
Ms.
going to
Davis.
take you to priority 0, and we had already touched on this, I believe, at the last meeting. The dual enrollment is increasing by 4.71%. That isn't something we have control over, and we will need to cover that cost. Same as early college. And then the Gov School, we have to add those additional 6 slots that you guys approved last year for this year, for the seniors. STEM Academy also has additional funds needed. And then we talked about our health insurance and our liability insurance increasing. Also VRS is increasing and other things, but these are our priorities for 0.
And let me just remind this board, 2 years ago, we had a great health insurance run where we actually ended up with some money left over that rolled into our fund balance. And I think we had made a request to put that in our health insurance reserve, and the city advised us against that. Since then, our health insurance claims have gone up. They went up last year. We've covered them, and if you want to know how we've covered them, if we have an unfilled position for which we have benefits, we'll use the money from the benefits from the unfilled position to cover the cost or the claim. We've continued to do that. This is the second year in a row where we're starting to see those costs go up. This administrative team, although we're seeing the cost of health insurance go up, do not want to advise this board to pass that cost along to the employees. Although it's been several years since we've had an increase in employee contribution to health insurance, we still do not recommend that we do that to our employees. As we're considering a raise next year, we don't want the raise to be offset by any additional costs that they may have to do for health insurance. Okay, let's get to how we prioritize those budget requests. Next slide, and I'll let Ms. Pugh take it from here.
Absolutely. So we are going to start with our youngest students and the requests there that are supporting them. You'll see here requests for an additional 4K teacher and an assistant so that we can add a 4K, an additional 4K classroom. Currently, we have 16 classrooms and serve 256 students this year. However, there were 378 applications this year. So there were 122 students who continue to be on a waiting list. And we do have, I just want to say as an aside, we did receive as part of revenue, which will be covered later, an additional $200,000 in VPI, which is Virginia Preschool Initiative funding. You'll also see a request for a pre-K3 class. Currently, we have one classroom, and we have 14 students that we are serving in that one classroom. We had 386 applications for pre-K3. We were able to work with our community partners and place 28 students in some community pre-K situations. We then referred 90 students to Head Start, but that left 238 students still not being served. So as you can see, there is a tremendous need for additional early childhood pre-K education in the city of Lynchburg. We also have included some funding for materials and resources and training for our pre-K teachers, not only to help set up these 2 additional classrooms, but also to help them continue the trauma-informed practices. They are working with our students in teaching them self-esteem and coping skills and building relationships and some social emotional skills and how to manage their emotions. So that is what we're focusing on in our early childhood education. Next slide. We'll move on to our elementary schools, and you can see here our first request is elementary library assistant / testing coordinator, and this is one for every elementary school. It's part-time position. Right now, our library media staff focus on literacy support, not just checking out books from the library, but they teach our children, they support literacy, they work with our teachers, and currently, you may not know this, but currently none of our elementary libraries have library assistants. So the librarians are doing this all on their own. At the elementary school, a few years ago, we asked our library media specialist to be responsible for the administration of our SOL tests. They are the school testing coordinator. We've talked about this before. You'll note that in the past, SOL administration was only one time a year. But this year it's moved to twice a year, and starting next year it will be 3 times a year. And if you can imagine, there's one person who's staffing a library, supporting literacy, working with teachers, and the library has to basically be closed for several weeks, 3 times a year. That really hurts students' literacy and learning. So these elementary library assistants would be able to assist the library media specialist in the off testing season, and then they would become the school testing coordinators and coordinate with the division testing coordinator those 3 times a year to set up the tests in their schools and to support their teachers and students in the SOL test. The next one is a gifted teacher, and we're all familiar with the Go Center, but I'm not so sure that all of us know, and maybe the community doesn't know, but all of our elementary schools provide gifted services in grades 3 through 5 through the DEPTH program, and that stands for Developing Expanded Perspectives Through Higher Level Thinking. Our instructional coaches serve as those DEPTH teachers, and there are a highest number of students high number of students at Bedford Hills. So our students who may choose not to go to the Go Center or may not have been invited to go to the Go Center still have opportunities at our base elementary schools to receive that depth programming. And again, this next one is again focusing on every child by name and by need. We have an increased ELL population, specifically at Sheffield Elementary School. In 2018-19, there were 28 EL students there. Those are English language learners. And then the last 2 years, there's been an approximate number of about 42 to 45 students just alone in that school. Additionally, we have received an increase in ESL funding from the state, and you'll see that as part of the revenue. And again, we're talking a lot about literacy. Have allocated some funds for continuing to support our literacy initiative at the elementary schools. You've heard about Foundations and Just Words. That's a tremendous program that is really making impact at the elementary schools, along with Orton Gillingham, an approach to teaching literacy, as well as some K-12 classroom libraries to support the Foundations program. So those are some things that we are supporting at the elementary. Next slide. At the middle school, no, I'm sorry. The math, and again, I think in everything you'll see we're focusing on our mission, every child by name and by need to graduation and beyond. And I don't think it was just by chance that it's on every single slide. So I really want to emphasize that. At the middle school, our students, and particularly in grade 8, continue to struggle with math and also with reading, but math seems to be one of those areas that they're struggling. So we would like to add a middle school math interventionist to support and address learning loss at the middle school level. They can work with students one-on-one or in small groups. They can also work with teachers on strategies for the teachers to use in their classrooms. Additionally, we would like to add a middle school reading specialist to really help implement the effective practices at the middle school. But you may not be aware, but middle school ELA teachers, language arts teachers, really are not equipped to teach students to read. So if our students are coming into middle school not knowing how to read or are very far behind grade level, they're going to continue to struggle if we don't provide them very specific instruction around reading strategies. So this reading specialist would have those skills to be able to teach the basic and fundamental skills to these students who are struggling in reading. Also asking for funding for a middle school counselor at Dunbar Middle School. They have an increased number of student population. They're the highest in terms of middle schools, as well as they currently have 2 counselors, and they have 565 students, but they've also seen an increase of threat assessments this year, and the counselors play a big role in the threat assessments, and so there is a need for an additional counselor at Dunbar Middle School. And last but not least, in terms of the grade levels, this is some high school asks. Again, this has been mentioned, additional seats at the Gov School. If you'll recall, last year you all approved 6 seats for juniors, 6 additional seats for juniors. So they're going to become seniors, so we have to now purchase 6 additional seats, so we have those seats for juniors moving forward. We're increasing opportunities at Central Virginia CVCC for our students to participate in the Regional CTE Academy. These would be courses that our students aren't offered here in Lynchburg City Schools. So these are opening up different avenues and opportunities that may be career paths for our students. So we're proposing 20 seats for the year for the academy. Also looking at 10 seats for a University of Lynchburg dual enrollment course. We really are in need to develop a pipeline for future teachers, and so this is offering 2 teacher preparation courses, and LCS students that might be interested in pursuing a career in education or teaching would be able to take this dual enrollment class at University of Lynchburg, and then hopefully be able to return to LCS as a certified teacher. We also are in need of an ISEP teacher, and that is our alternative program for our high school students who are at risk of not graduating. They are at least 16 years of age, at risk of dropping out, not earning the required credits to earn a traditional high school diploma. And so this program works with our students. They test the students, they teach the students, and they support them in gaining their GED, and then also moving on to some, to some trades and jobs after they obtain their GED. Currently, there are close to 100 students at Heritage High School that are in this situation. And there are just about the same number at EC Glass High School that are in this situation. Obviously, we start with those that are the oldest students because we want to make sure that they graduate or get a certificate. And currently, we have one teacher. We were able to add another position this year, second semester, and so we're asking for funding to continue that teaching position into the future. It is a critical need for our students. And again, summertime, we are sometimes the most busy during the summer, and most of our school counselors are 10-month employees. And there's a lot that happens during the summer in counseling in terms of continuing to schedule changes, advising students, registering new students, and helping them with course selection. So we would like to be able to have our 10-month counselors be 11-month counselors so that they can be there to support the one counseling director who is a 12-month employee with all of those things that continue to happen during the summer. The same is true with special education chairs. They need to work with new students. They have IEP meetings, eligibility meetings. They're supporting our summer programs. So we're recommending that we have our special education chairs move from 10 months to 11-month employees.
Our community plays a very important part in the success of LCS. To foster a better relationship with our businesses and our organizations, and to find more ways that we can introduce students to different career paths and job opportunities, we're proposing that we have a part-time liaison whose role would be to really oversee the Partners in Education program, be dedicated to that. It's a program that's been in existence for over 30 years, and we want to see that continue. As you heard Ms. Pugh share some of the increases and the different needs that we have throughout the division, they impact our division as a whole. So across our division, we've seen an increase in the needs that our students have, and we must be creative and equipped to handle the needs. A special education supervisor, just as Ms. Pugh shared about the needs of the supervisor, the special education chairs, we need someone to supervise the work. A social worker and a restorative justice practices coordinator are needed to oversee the special needs that our students have and the behaviors that some of our students are displaying. There have been more and more technological services. If you can imagine the need to Zoom and the need to make sure that our educators, our teachers have what they need in the classrooms to make sure that our instruction is top-notch, we need a network engineer to manage the network and the demands of our technological increase. To manage the specifics of the grants, our division needs a grants specialist. We currently have one person overseeing all of our grants, and help is necessary to manage the funds associated with these grants.
Okay, so now we're going to transition to faculty and staff. Continued tuition assistance will encourage employees to develop skills that will benefit our school division. Also, it will show our employees that LCS value their education and desire to improve their skill set. Background checks paid by LCS. At this time, we are passing the cost to our new hires and volunteers. This could be hard for some new hires or volunteers in low-paying positions who may be struggling financially. Recertification fee paid by LCS. Teachers must be certified to teach our students. And this will be a great perk to retain our teachers and to show we appreciate and value everything they do for our students. Increased number of bereavement days from 3 to 5, and that's paid leave. And this would allow employees to have more time to grieve and recover from their loss, especially if they must travel out of town. This would show our empathy and compassion in the time of need. Increase sick day payout at retirement from 90 to 110. Increase substitute pay. There is a substitute shortage, and to respond, we must increase our salary and be competitive. Now, these requests were asked from our staff. These are little things that make employees feel valued and appreciated. Next slide. Increase faculty and staff compensation, an average of 5%. Lower wage employee increases, an average of 10 to 12%. Reclassify some positions to a higher pay scale to avoid pay compression. The takeaway from this slide is that minimum wage increased to $11 in January of this year, and in 2026 is going to increase to $15. Therefore, it's important to increase our staff compensation and update our current pay scales. Pay compression can impact employee engagement, and we must retain our employees. Additionally, we must stay equitable and competitive.
Next slide.
I think we talked about maybe having Steve or Hope do this.
Oh. I don't know if,
I don't know.
Hope Custer, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Increasing bus driver pay, the chart here shows how much it has increased over the last 4 years in order to remain competitive. And as you know, in order to recruit and retain good talent, we need to pay them what they deserve.
This slide because, again, just tapping at the rumor mill that we have done nothing to help our bus drivers over the last couple of years. And while I would say that all of our employees deserve so much more, this is a start at each year showing that we are, I'll use the word creeping up, in terms of our commitment to raising the salaries across the board. But we did want the board to see this. The other thing that's not on here is we added some perks for bus drivers in terms of including VRS as part of that package. Next slide.
So we're going to talk about the local match for staff salary increases. And we talked about the revenue, and we've got the compensation funds from the state, which is about 1.6 million. There is a required local match of 966,000. Now this only covers about half of our employees for the 5% raise that's required by the governor's budget. The current state average is about 63,000 for teachers. An average LCS teacher makes about 46,000.
So you can see we have a lot of work to do if we're going to catch up to the average. And it's not something that you can just do overnight. We have to continually invest and keep a stepwise approach. And I think, I'm not sure if it was Dr. Gupta who said this, but we recognize that we're competing with our neighboring districts and others that are nearby. And even as early as today on a call with multiple superintendents, everybody's doing 5%. So those who we were already behind, As we add 5%, they add 5%. And in some cases, districts are even doing 5.5%, 6%, 6.5% to increase the staff salaries, teacher salaries, employee pay. Many divisions are doing similar to what we're doing, a little differentiation and adding a higher percentage increase to their lower wage employees. But we're all in the same boat, needing the same thing to do that. So just wanted to share that and share where LCS is. And what's noteworthy about this statistic, the 63,000 is the 2019-20 average. This was an older study from the business ed. And I actually was hesitant to use our 21-22, which is the current school year. But after I saw the number, I didn't even think I wanted to go back to what it was in 2019-20. So even 3 years later, we haven't caught up to what was the metric from 3 years ago. Next slide.
So then we're going back to the other expenditures where we have little or no control over. Utilities, like everything, has gone up. We're seeing that increase this year. Same with our leases, which go up percentage every year. VRS contributions went up about from 15.68% to 16.62%. So that's kind of a pretty big jump. Legal services are also increasing. We've already talked about our insurance, but we also have to include our auto insurance has gone up dramatically, and workers' comp has gone up slightly. And then, of course, the goods and services. We're just seeing the increase in costs everywhere. With inflation at 7 to 8% is what we're seeing. It's just everything costs more.
So before we get to the numbers, we just want to back up and say that was priority 0 and 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. That was just priority 0 and 1. And that totals about $7.5 million of just priority 0 and 1, with about 4.23 being the salary increase of that $7.5 million. So now what we're going to do is take you through the revenue. Now, some of those priorities, you have to remember our revenue stream. When Ms. Pugh talked about VPI, the pre-K program, some revenue that we receive is directly attributed to pre-K or the math interventionist or ELL support. So in some degree, money's not fungible where we could just put it anywhere we want to. We actually have to use it in certain categories. Also, what's not on here, or what's on here that we're not going to spend too much time about, when you see the increases in state revenue, there's about $3.5 million increase in state revenue that is for school construction. And since we're talking the operating budget, we haven't even mentioned school construction, which leads into a segue to a future conversation we will have about the facility study. So I want you to just keep that little pause right there, knowing that we have another whole longer conversation, not for tonight, about the facilities. So we're going to move on to the next slide and show you a summary of the proposed revenue and what we're asking.
Okay, so we talked about it a little bit with our state revenue at $63.4 million from the state. Federal, we receive about $390,000. And so this brings us to our ask, our local operating. This year, we'd like it to be at $42,944,787.
So that ask of 42.9 is the same amount that we received in 2018-19, I believe. So when we're putting it in perspective, what we're asking from the city to fund our school division for the upcoming school year is the same as what we received almost 4 years ago, when you look at that. And remember, I said that the priority 0 and 1 was about 7.578 or $7.6 million. That is not the ask of City Council. We did use the available revenue that we did receive from the state, as well as what you don't see is all of the changes that we made in the existing budget, where we had some retirements, resignations, and we didn't need that position. We funded another position that didn't end up on this list. We did some swap out, some changes. We did some adjustments in purchase services, materials and supplies when we met with the budget managers. So of the 7.5 million or 7.7 million, that's priority 0 and 1. We were asking the city to help us with an increase over last year's budget of about 3.1 million, which is less than the total compensation to get us to 5%. Next slide.
Next slide. So this is where we are with our expenditures, and this is with the 0 and 1 priorities added. Our personnel, our salaries and our benefits total about 91.4 million, almost 91.5. And then you get into the non-personnel, where you have 5 million in purchase services, 56,000 in internal services, 4.9 in others, miscellaneous charges, 3.6 in materials and supplies, and tuition and payments is 1.2, and then the capital outlay, we have about 1.7, for a total of 16.6. This does include, like I said, all of our priority 0 and priority 1s already built into these numbers.
Next slide.
Okay. Next slide. And this is,
here
again,
you-
where you can see the percentages of our budget. And as you can see, and we've been saying this, that our personnel budget is about 84% of our entire budget. With everything else, all the stuff and the services and everything else being only about a little more than 15%.
So this is our conundrum right now, in that if we want to make significant cuts in our budget, we're cutting people. We're not cutting paper, we're not cutting supplies or PD or professional services to make significant cuts. You're cutting people. And even if you cut people, you still want to keep people. So if you want to keep people, you have to make significant investment in their compensation to keep people. It's a math problem that says if you stay at level funding, at some point, significant cuts and increases don't equal level funding. You can't continue to say we're going to be competitive, keep up with our neighboring divisions and other divisions, and compensate our people without some influx in revenue across the board. So just something for us to consider. Our administrative team likes to take a stepwise approach to that over multiple years of looking at a multi-year budget approach to how we're going to continually increase compensation. As we showed you earlier, the road to $15 an hour, what a minimum multi-step approach would look like. Next slide. And this just kind of sums it up in terms of meeting every child by name and by need to graduation and beyond, and where our priority 0s and 1s, where that goes to bridge the gap to get our kids to their final destination, which is success after Lynchburg City Schools, whether that's secondary, post-secondary school, military, employment, self-employment, entrepreneurship for our students. And now that brings us to the last slide, which is discussion and questions from the school board. And we also, like I said, in addition to the 5 of us who have done the major presentation along with Ms. Custer, we do have all of the directors who are available for any questions that the board may have.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Edwards and staff. Clearly, that was an investment of time and energy beyond the call of duty to bring it to us in the manner in which we have received it tonight. I am asking of the board to be mindful of the fact that we have all weighed in and have this opportunity to weigh in. It is a $3.1 million north ask from last year's level funding from council. And that is essentially what we're dealing with tonight for direction for the superintendent as we continue to ponder over this budget process that is still ongoing. And so are there questions, concerns tonight relative to the proposed budget and/or process? Dr. Gupta.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards, for this presentation. I have a couple of questions. Number one, for me personally, compensation was non-negotiable, and last time when you presented, it was a 0. In today's spreadsheet, it's a 1. So what made it from 0 to 1? The compensation increase, the 3 million and the other things has moved. It's not listed in zeros, it's listed in ones.
It was listed in 1 the last time I presented. It was probably just on the top of the spreadsheet because it was in order of number. Our zeros are, compensation is something that is in our control. We can decide, I don't advise it, that we won't give a raise. It's not going to happen to us or without us. So that is the reason why we moved it from a 0, or we didn't move it. That's why it's not classified as a 0. A 0 is something that is just going to increase, like the price of gas is just going to increase. It's not like I'm deciding whether or not I'm going to pay $3 or $4. Whatever's at the pump is what is at the pump. So that is the distinction of why. And we put priority 0 because often we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the end. We talk about what we want to add, how we want to do compensation, but we don't share with the public, like in your household, fuel goes up, electricity goes up. For us, auto insurance went up, things that we weren't expecting that we absolutely have to cover. Those are our priority 0s.
And my second question was, so personally for me, compensation is a absolute 0. There's no way we can walk away from not increasing compensation. Now in terms of health insurance premium, we have been underwater about 185,000 plus minus each month. And I see a proposed increase for 815. How did you guys come up with that number? Because the way the health insurance work for people who are watching, we are self-insured, so we collect premiums and we pay you benefits. So it's not like an insurance company taking a loss and compensating us for the benefits. Is whatever we take home is what we are paying you. So if we are underwater, it means our premiums are less than what we are paying out in benefits. So this 815, if I multiply 185 times 12, it comes out to about $1 million or more. So with 815 or whatever the exact number I don't have in my screen.
It's 815.
815, we still be underwater. So are we not reaching the level we need to, or is it, what's driving that number?
So we did what you did and did the math and said this would probably be the exact number based on what we have. One of the things that we want to look at is the why behind some of these claims and whether or not we're hedging we're predicting, I guess is the best way to say, because health insurance is so volatile, you never know what you're going to get. Whether or not what we're seeing is the result of folks having put things off, because initially when we went into COVID, people just didn't get, routine surgeries and things that they could have received, and now folks are getting that, and it might not be that high. We're also proceeding cautiously because, quite honestly, before when we did this and we increased health insurance, and then we had that year where it was a great year. I mean, we had a lot back. It ended up in fund balance, and it didn't work out very well for us in terms of trying to explain that, this was due in part to not having high claims in health insurance, which is a good thing. But we're trying to get that sweet spot where our fund balance doesn't end up so high, but we also don't end up in a deficit. So we recognize we haven't done anything different for the past 2 years. We need to add to it. You did, I shouldn't say that. You did 7% last year. We need to increase it. So this is a step. We are going to do exactly what we did last year. If we get halfway through the year and we're like, this is looking dire. I do want the board and the community to know that we do have a $2 million health insurance reserve, as backup that we don't want to touch, but if we need to, that's our backup.
And my third question is, our core competency is providing education, so teachers are essential, no doubt about it. But if I sneeze, I like somebody to be standing behind me and clean my nose. And that's not possible because I cannot afford that, I'm a poor guy. So for every time, if I start hiring full-time employees, that puts a fixed cost burden on the system, which you have to carry it all along. So is there any thought to moving to a variable cost model? Maybe a lot of companies like Uber have gone to 1099 model instead of W-2s. So the exception is the core of our operation. The secondary things like network engineer for $110,000, could we outsource that and contract out to provide good services to our students so the service quality is not compromised, but it's not a fixed cost on the system?
Yeah. And I think to some degree we were excited when we received all the CARES money, and we were intentional about identifying these contracted out services as being CARES only, a 2-year job, a 3-year job, and yes, somebody's going to take that job and want to work for Lynchburg City Schools, and it did come with benefits as well. And in reality, what we saw wasn't an influx of people looking for that type of work in terms of just taking some of the positions that we did post out there that were, in a sense, you're acting as a contractor, and there's no guarantee that you, as you said, it's not a fixed cost. You're going to be offered a contract year after year after year. And we're seeing a shortage in workers, and we understand that folks are interested in, they want to provide for their families. We can certainly look at that. I'm just saying, even with the influx of CARES and trying to get people in here to do some of the jobs that we did post, like a contact tracer or like the intervention specialist, which we had some of those in our CARES funds, which took a while to take off. Even our lunch monitors, when you think of, some of our instructional assistants also serve as lunch monitors. We had lunch monitors out there, and we still have schools that have not had a single applicant for these positions. They're not full-time Lynchburg City Schools positions in a traditional way.
I'll take any more time, but I'll follow up later.
Okay, Dr. Sinha?
Just to check my understanding, so what you're presenting here indicates an ask of $3.1 million from local funds, correct?
Yes.
And interestingly, the state funding money had about $3.5 million that was restricted for facilities or construction, right?
Yes.
Given that the city owns all the LCS buildings, and they've certainly benefited from CARES, the influx of CARES money to do facility upgrades, I'd say for the city it's been a good swap. If they, if you look at this additional $3.1 million we're asking for from the locals, would sort of offset that 3.5 from the state that we can't really use for anything but
School construction.
I don't know.
Yeah. We have not.
Is that a correct way to look at that?
It's
or
one
not?
way to look at it. We have not had a conversation with the city about the allocation of that 3.5 million, but it is reserved for school construction, so we know that we do want to have a conversation with them. But I understand your point in that, in terms of that money and also CARES money, a lot of our CARES money has gone to the city for capital improvement projects, and that offsets some of the responsibilities for fixing the buildings and maintaining the large-scale buildings. We can do some of the smaller things. And it's always a partnership with us in the city in that we, particularly when we get to fund balance, we just recently did it with the most recent fund balance. I think we had about 2.2 million, and 1.9 of it went to offset capital improvement projects, and about 400,000 were left to do Lynchburg City Schools projects, one being upgrades to the boardroom, one being a request that will help our parents with our bus software, something that was talked about, and one actually coming from the community when we were doing surveys using the free Google software. There was a need for us to upgrade our survey software so that we could do more professional software and actually utilize the information that we get from the community. So those are the things that we've done, and in partnership, we've, all had a willingness to give funds for capital improvement.
Just want to
Please, go
follow
right
up.
ahead, Dr. Sinha.
And just finally checking my understanding that 3.5 million for construction that's in the state budget for the upcoming year, that's not typically in a budget, correct?
No.
That's like a one-off.
Yes.
Okay.
That's in the.
So that's, you see where I'm trying to make this parallel. Well, the state's giving us this additional money, but it's restricted to your buildings, but, a lot of stuff's been happening because of CARE, so it's sort of almost one for one.
Thank you for your observations, Dr.
Thanks.
Sinha. Dr. Brennan.
Dr. Edwards, thank you and your staff for this information, this explanation. I think each year you walk us through this process, and each year I'm sure the board and the community members learn more about how the process works, and it's really very helpful. So thank you for all that effort. Just two comments. One is that I think that the priority 0 and priority 1 items are a good idea, and I'd particularly like to put a push for the pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 program, which I think is just so important for the future of our children and education. I'm assuming that the slide to say a FTE, the budget's actually talking about, I think, 2 or 3 FTEs to do those programs. It would actually be what's in the budget is what we're talking about.
Yes.
So that was just a comment about FTE. The other item, which is obviously the big one, is that I think it's, we all know, when we all talk about how important our staff are, and we all know how hard they have worked and how hard it is to recruit teachers and how burned out everyone is because of the requirements that they've had for so long, that I think that, shooting for that 5% raise because that's what the state is offering us to do is a great idea. But as you've pointed out several times, it doesn't move the needle for us as far as really getting us to be more competitive with other surrounding counties, and also really, I think, rewarding our teachers for what they do. So, as you pointed out in one of your newsletters, I did make the recommendation, why don't we go to 8% rather than 5%, just as far as picking a number, and you were nice enough to point out that that would be about an extra $2.2 million, or an ask about $45 million. But I would like to have the board consider some type of increase. As you've mentioned, some other counties sound like they are doing some other increase besides the 5%. But all the things we've gone through, as has been pointed out, personnel is the big cost. So no matter what we do with these other smaller items, it's not going to impact what we do. But what we do for our teachers and for our support staff and for those folks really makes the difference. And I think for what they're doing, for us to do 5% is acceptable and is what they're expecting, but I think we should try to do more.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. All right, Dr. Carter.
I just had some questions regarding how some of the positions were being distributed. And if I just look at the elementary, the 11 people that we had for the elementary library assistants, and my question was, is that going to be one per school, or is it going to be a shared position since it's part-time? Would they work at 2 different schools?
It's part-time and it's one per school. We toyed with possibly having a shared position. The challenge is once we get into SOL testing, all the elementaries are doing SOL testing at the same time, so it makes it a little bit impractical to try to share somebody during the same time frame.
Okay, and the pre-K teacher, will we have enough pre-K teachers to take the students off the waiting list? I heard there was like 125, so how many?
For us to take pre-K 4 off the waiting list, it's an additional, or pre-K 3, I want to say it's an additional, pre-K 3, for us to take those 238 students off the waiting list, it's an additional 17 pre-K 3 classrooms, because we're capping classroom enrollment at 14, which is recommended. For us to take the 122 pre-K 4 students, it would take 7 or 8 additional teachers. So we have a long way to go, but this is the first year we offered pre-K3, and so we're making baby steps, but for pre-K3, we have a long way to go.
Then the other one is the math reading specialist. I think I'm seeing one, we're having one. So how does that work?
The recommendation was for more, but we, again, trying to be mindful of what our ask would be, we did put it down to one that would be solely focused on middle school and shared by the 3 middle schools. And what the board may not know is that the elementary schools are Title I funded, so they have Title I literacy, Title I reading specialists. They don't have math. They are requesting it as well to have math. And they also have instructional coaches, which also double as their gifted enrichment teacher. Those positions don't exist at the middle school. So they don't have Title I literacy. They don't have any specialists. They have your traditional English, math, social studies teachers. And they're working very, very hard. But what we saw in some of the data in looking at some of our students is that while I'm an English teacher and I really want to get to the literature and teaching kids about, comprehension and making inferences and comparing and all of that, if their basic reading skills are at a low level, it's very difficult to do that. And if I, as a middle school teacher, have not been trained in some of the skills and strategies that perhaps elementary teachers who have been teaching reading for quite some time have been taught, trained in, it makes it a little bit more difficult. So what we wanted to do was provide them with some assistance in the form of coaching, modeling, and having a person who can go right into class and help them. But it's kids specific, so we'd have to identify which kids need this service and work out how to support students across those 3 middle schools in both math and reading.
And the ISAP, how do you pronounce that?
ISAP.
So that teacher support, will that also work toward any GED graduates? Does that count toward our graduation rate also?
Yes, that's the specific program. It's an alternative pathway for students to earn their high school equivalency credential, and the GED is the only high school equivalency credential exam that is allowed in Virginia. So this program, and ISEP stands for Individual Student Alternative Education Plan. So each student is very different in terms of what they need when they're coming here. So again, it's our 16-year-olds that are at risk of dropping out, that aren't going to be able to get the credits that they need, 16 and above. And so the first part of it is that all of these students need to be identified, which they are at the school level, but then they need to be tested because there's a certain reading level that they need to have before they can enter into this ISEP program. And that's not an LCS requirement, that's just part of the GED program. And so this one teacher who is at Rodeo, the Rodeo program, and she's the ISEP teacher, she's responsible for testing all of these students, and she's also then responsible for teaching these students and getting them prepared for taking the GED exam. So as I mentioned, we were able to take an instructional assistant who was working with her, who was qualified to be a teacher. We were able to use some existing funds for positions that hadn't been filled this year, to have her start this semester as a teacher. What we're asking is for that to be able to continue into next year, because we don't see the numbers of these students going down drastically. As I mentioned, there are at least 100 at Heritage High School, and probably close to that at EC Glass.
All right, thank you, Dr. Carter. So far, I think that I can clearly hear from administration taking everything from the last meeting and prioritizing it with the zeros and the ones, that they filtered it down for us to practically see a need for a $3.1 million additional ask from council for the proposed FY 2023, bringing it to $42,940,000 towards our 108 million. I think I've heard at least one board member suggest that the 46,000 that we're doing on average now compared to the state of 63, and wanting to get a little better in competition with our surrounding areas, that there might be some interest from this board to try to do a little bit better than 5%. What I don't want us to do is to stay here all night, and what I do want us to do is to make some clear direction to the superintendent around what is being presented. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't realize you were trying to wrap up, so I
No,
have
go right
several
ahead.
things I'd like
We're
to
listening to
discuss.
you.
I too want to thank our staff for the hard work, but also for exemplifying teamwork. I think that's what's an important thing that we all keep in mind. I'd like to have one request, and then there are 3 items that I'd like to cover. The one request is I'd like to get copies of, there's a slide that we show 3 examples, elementary school grades. I'd like to see if we could get that for all of our schools, so we could see what that growth for each of those schools is.
So, do you remember in October I came to you with a 90-day academic report, data report? I'm going to do the same thing at the March 1st meeting.
So we'll be getting that
So
in
you'll
March.
be getting
Okay.
lots of information about assessments and progress and growth between the fall and now.
Okay, perfect. All right, I thank you for that.
Mhm.
I'm going to address these in ascending order of complexity, let's just say. The first item I'd like to offer is regarding the background checks. I would like to suggest that we reimburse if they pass. That will help us in many ways to make sure that, I would assume they'd have to pass the background check before we would hire them. So to make sure that we have a return on their investment, I would say that they would be required to pass the background check, and then we would reimburse them versus us just simply paying for every single background check. That'd be the first item I'd like to offer. The second item I'd like to discuss is regarding the Partners in Education liaison. I really appreciate this being considered, but I just want to remind our board, I'm sure our 2 representatives, Dr. Brennan and Dr. Coleman, know this from hearing from our board, but about 4 years ago prior to COVID, we had close to a $60,000 budget for Partners in Education. Over the past 3-4 years, that went down to 0. So the fact that we're adding $19,163 is admirable, but I would like to have us request, I'd like to see that number at least at 35,000 to allow that program to have some funding in place, not only for our staff person, but also for other items that program would need. So that would be my second one. And finally, regarding the salary increase, thank you, Dr. Brennan, for phrasing it much more succinctly than I did at our last board meeting. I was excited and ecstatic to see at least one other board member has addressed this issue. I saw a lot of nodding heads around the table. I hope everyone can be behind this, even though it does increase our ask to City Council by about 2.1 million, I believe. Let's do this. It's time. We need to do this. Let's do this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey, and I've so recorded your 3 items that you have stated. All right, so once again, others certainly can speak, but the direction that I'd like us to give the superintendent is, in what you perceive tonight, is this $3.1 million ask as is acceptable? And now you're pondering some possible saving with the required pass for background check, maybe.
I don't think that'll be much.
Right.
No, that's like,
I understand. I understand. And are those facts accurate about the 60,000? And I'm not saying they aren't, Mr. Harvey. I'm just asking. 60,000 in the past, is that for pie?
You can answer it, because I can't. I think we have to go back and look.
Okay, so that's all I'm asking.
Just to see.
So right now, we have about 19,000, and one board member is wanting And that's for a part-time position. I guess the 35 would be for the part-time and some other monies to do other things. And then, I guess this above 5%, I think Dr. Edwards mentioned 5.5 for somebody else or whatever. But this 2.1 additional million would be what above the 5%, Dr. Edwards?
Yeah, just for clarity, we did an average of 5 and spread it out, differentiated of what that would be. And then Dr. Brennan has said, well, what about 8? So an additional 3%. So we used some really rough calculations, not to the degree that we did this by every position. Did not have time to do that by every position to see if we were to go for an 8% at that, and I don't have that number in front of me, but it was about another 2.3, I think, $million or so. It was over 2 to get it up to an 8%. It would take our ask up to from a 7.8% increase to over a 13% increase.
Okay, Dr. Gupta.
Dr. Coleman, average is sometimes a deceiving number. If I ask you what is the average net worth of a guy my age, 60 years old in the United States, it's about 1.2 million. And I don't have 1.2 million. So if you ask what is the median net worth of 60-year-old in the United States, about $216,000. So when we look at the average salary, sometimes they're skewed because they have a lot of senior people earning a lot of wages and the low end. So I want the administration to be cautious when you take the average number into account, because average is an average, but median lays out in an ascending or a descending order. Number 2, personally, I cannot support adding $2.1 to $2.4 million in new positions. Compensation, yes, it's absolutely necessary. I know many of you said you can fire those people who you hired for $3.2 million of care money last year, but that'll put a burden of about $5 million going forward on our budget line. So we got to take that into account. Whatever we are adding now, later on, somebody has to pay that money or the other option will be not to give any raises in future, which is not acceptable.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Dr. Carter, and then I'm going to ask for the pleasure of the board on this matter so we can give direction and move forward. Dr. Carter.
Well, I think we asked the superintendent we gave her marching orders as to what we would like to see. And now to change it after they've done all this work, I think it's irresponsible of us to even ask that at this point. I think what we need to do is work with what we have here. And if that's what we want, next year we need to make that clear before they do all of this work. They've done all this work, and last time we said, so what do we want? So we told what we wanted, and now we are asking for, and yes, we do need increase. I wish we had asked for this before, but they've done all this work, and we've thanked them for all the work they've done, and now we want to make some changes.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Dr. Sinha.
And I appreciate what you're saying, because a lot of work has gone into this, but the way I'm looking at it is sort of like throwing down the gauntlet. We know we can do this 5% increase. That's the baseline. We worked out a budget. We made it possible that we're asking for just $3.1 million additional dollars. However, we think that our teachers and staff should have more. And our rough guesstimate is that to go a full 8% would cost an additional this. So it doesn't undo any of the work that they've done, because it'd be like stacking it on top, okay? However you want to do it, median or mean. I don't want to get into those details right now, but we're not throwing away their work. We're just presenting it to the city to say, make a statement. Do we want to be able to attract good employees? Do we want to keep losing staff to the surrounding counties? And what's it going to be? And by the way, here's what we think it would cost. We're not sure, but we'll work it out. If you're telling us that I'm talking about city council, that this is where your priorities are too. Am I Is that a fair assessment? I don't want to minimize how much additional work you'll have to
No,
do.
and I appreciate both comments that you made because yes, it was a very team effort and it is a lot of work and every minute of it is worth it for our staff. And we absolutely love hearing that this board supports giving our staff more. We think they deserve more, absolutely. We've seen how hard they've worked during the pandemic. We've seen educators shift to be health specialists, right? Something that they weren't trained for. They showed up every day. We saw at times where people felt scared, putting their lives at risk. Our staff still came to work, took care of everybody else's child. So they're absolutely worth more. So yes, we can go back and we already have a baseline for this. We can retool this, add percentages on it and you know, calculate to the number what that would be. In terms of increasing it to 8, it does take us up over, I mean, we're going upwards to now a $5 million plus ask that we would have to go to the city, which would, I guess, would be on March 22nd, that this whole team now would be involved in that discussion in terms of the city. And I think what you guys need to know about us is we always have plan A, B, and C. We've done this before where we've had to come back and adjust accordingly.
Yeah,
Go ahead, you
and
still have the floor, Dr. Sinha.
just to finish out that thought and supporting what Dr. Brennan has proposed, making the case that we really, you know, here's the bare minimum we need to just have a, you know, do this, but to go above and beyond, and here are the reasons why. And again, remind everybody of everything we've been through, you know, and what our teachers have been through. It's been a lot, and our students, you know, we're all dealing with a lot, and so I don't want to wait another year. I don't want to overburden you with more details. I'm just saying, here's the budget, but if you really want to make a statement about our teachers and staff, you'll fund us to this amount because that'll do this. Boom.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha, and we're holding the line on that. Ms. Morrison has yet to speak. I would like to go to her, then I'd like Dr. Carter to rebut, then we'll go to Dr. Gupta.
Well, I appreciate it you corrected to staff, because we're talking more, our teachers have done an incredible job, but it's all staff.
Yes, I agree.
And everyone deserves what we can pay, the most that we can pay them.
Dr. Carter?
And I just want to make sure everybody knows, yes, I think our teachers need all of the money and the employees. And that's why, at the beginning, I was the only person that said a certain amount. So next year, we need to come, if we're gonna do this, let's do it from the beginning. Let's make this choice from the beginning. That's the only thing. We need to stop making changes. Let's say what we want to say at the beginning.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Dr. Gupta?
I like to have a Rolls Royce, but it'll be irresponsible for me to go on a principle of flash with no cash in my pocket. So we got to be mindful. You analyze everything. You look at all the options, where the money we need, what our needs are. That's a need assessment, what the administration has done. Now we are funding that need. We are funding the fuel in the vehicle to go. And if you don't have the money, it'll be irresponsible to buy that vehicle. Or if you don't have money to pay the installments, then we'll be under debt. So we have to be very prudent about money we spend or commit in fixed cost for long term.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. One way we could handle this very quickly, and this is just direction type of thing. I know we're not voting on the budget in its entirety. We're not approving the budget. We've still got a ways, a couple of meetings that we're still working on with that. But is there anyone willing to make a motion to just say that the board supports the direction presented to us tonight of the $3.1 billion ask? Vote it up or down. If it fails, then you can come back with something else with the percentages. I do hear Dr. Carter's point. Is there someone prepared to do that? If not, you can go the route of the second option. I'm just trying to move us on. Mr. Harvey.
I would like to make a motion that we pursue an ask to City Council for the budget number presented tonight with the addition of a change in the Partners in Education number, as well as the addition of 2.3 million for salaries for our staff, which would be that 8% number.
That'll put us at 5.4 something with also the increase from 19 to 35. And Dr. Sin, I see you, but let me see, he's had a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Mr. Hart, just clarify that, I missed the last part as far as what we're asking for. Is it the 8% or is it a number?
It's, well, I understand that the 8% is
An estimate.
an estimate number of 2.3. So I am recommending that we add that 2.3 to the base number asked, plus the additional 15,000 that I requested for Partners in
Is there a
Education.
second to Mr. Harvey's motion?
A second.
All right, now there is a second and we can have discussion. Dr. Sinha.
Just a question, the 2.3 million, is that include VRS, what it would cost in additional VR?
Yeah, I did it across
And
the board.
And what that would add to their, to whatever health, insurance, all
I did it the same way we did the benefits.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I remember one time we did it, we only counted the money and didn't think through to the other contributions that add to the benefits that add. So I wanted to make sure that was in there. So that 2.3 then, we should feel pretty comfortable with that, right?
Yeah, we can run it again, but before we.
All right, further discussion, Dr. Carter, then Ms. Morrison.
My question regarding the Partners in Education, how do other programs ask for additional monies? And are we setting the precedence then? So what if, I know we also provide funding for the Education Foundation, I don't know how many others. So what's
Steps with links.
So how can we be fair regarding this? If we increase this 15,000, what if someone else says, I want an increase in 15,000?
The only thing I can say to that, Dr. Carter, your point is heard, is that the administration labored through this and did put in I'm assuming, a part-time position, which was being requested. Now, how Mr. Harvey is arriving at his additional monies and what that would mean for other groups, they didn't necessarily consider it. So your point is well taken, and you can think about that as you're casting your votes, I assume. Ms. Morrison.
I want to reemphasize the point that Dr. Gupta made, that we're adding a large number of staff, which is salaries and benefits, and that's taking away money that we could allocate toward people that we already have in our employment. To instead of increasing new positions, why not take care of the people that we already have and the positions that we already have? Just a point.
Thank you for your observation. Mr. Trost.
And I want to second that sentiment. I agree. If we had to prioritize between increasing the compensation to say 8% and making the point that Mr. Harvey says and adding new positions, I personally would lean towards taking care of the people we have and grossing them up in their compensation, while I recognize the need for the positions that you want to add, Dr. Edwards. I truly want to take care of the people we have currently, if there's a prioritization requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Trost. If someone would like to call for the question, Dr. Gupta.
So the new positions are about, I think I told you it's like $2.1 to $2.4 million. So you take those new positions out and put that money for extra compensation, then your ask is still 3.1. But what you're doing is compensating the employees who had not had raise for years, till like 2 years ago, a year ago, when we had a freeze on these steps. So, but adding more fixed cost, no.
All right, Dr. Brennan.
I just want to clarify one point, Dr. Edwards, just as far as the figures go. So in the statement in the newsletter, it said that upon estimate calculation, a rough average of 8% increase, adding 3% across the board for salaries and benefits would cost approximately $6 million $486,000. That's an additional $2.2 million, $2,218,910. So I'd be more comfortable saying we're looking for, with the motion to say 8%, because I'm not sure we know exactly what that number is, rather than give it as a number.
Right, because it was a very rough,
Right, exactly right. So,
we would have to rerun
right,
these.
right, for
to
sure.
get the better.
Yeah,
And remember, even in these, I gave you what is called an unweighted average, because you could have a starting salary of $13 and be like, oh yeah, that's great, and then have no one on that step, and everybody's down on a starting salary of $27. So it depends on where people are actually on the step. We actually see that with our bus drivers. We don't have very many on step 1, 2. The average is a little bit down.
Okay, I'm coming to you, Dr. Gupta. Mr. Harvey, are you willing to receive a substitute motion for the 8%, rather than, say, 2.3?
I would accept a friendly amendment,
Okay,
not a substitute motion.
okay. All right, if that is the case, and there's no disagreement with that, the motion is now going to be 8%. Okay, Dr. Gupta.
But see, that's a random number. You don't have the total cost. You're just telling her, but the logic is that you're using a cap of $2.1 million extra, which was going to positions, to allocate that for compensation. That makes sense. But just throwing a number 7, 8, 9% out there, we don't know what will that end up to. So, again, then we'll be blamed that you gave a direction and you're not following up on that. Second point is, if I'm making $14 an hour and you're increasing my wage by 10%, you gotta be mindful of my take home, because my take home is about $1 or $1.40 more each hour I work. If I work 40 hours, that's about $640. So the total package is about $1,500 for the year. So in absolute number terms, that's not a whole lot of money. And so that way, I like initially when Dr. Carter proposed a $15 increase, but at that time too, I said I don't have in my mind to support an absolute number. What will it cost us? So we got to be mindful when we give a random percentage that the total cost may be a lot more higher, or not within the bounds of what we are imagining them to be.
Dr. Edwards, and then Dr. Brennan, then I'm going to ask if you would carry this motion. I'll put down one way or the other. Go ahead, Dr. Edwards.
Just to the way that we approach it when you guys give us a percentage. So we take the total payroll and add a percentage over it. And then what we did was kind of back it around so that, again, our lower wage employees were seeing 10, 12, and 14%. And then on it, because percents and dollars are different things. We do recognize that, for me, a 1% raise, woohoo, for somebody else, a 1% raise, not so much. A 10% raise for me and a 10% raise for somebody else is very, very different. So we were trying to be mindful as to how we spread out the dollars. So when I was saying a rough estimate, I'm like, okay, so if we increase, let's just say our personnel and salary and benefits budget by 8%, and then go back and now try to recalculate how that money would fall across various positions, keeping in mind compression, because the last time we did that, that's when we made the custodian higher than the head custodian, and that didn't work. So we have to filter it down a little bit in terms of how we approach it. So I don't want to mislead the public by saying if we do a 5% raise, everybody's getting 5%. It's 5% average, and then some people are getting 14 because they need the boost up, and some people are getting 3.5%.
So then it makes sense to ask for a dollar amount, which is essentially what you're doing. You're saying we want 5% more, which is this dollar amount, to apply to raises.
Can I propose a friendly amendment? So directing the superintendent to divert all those ones minus the compensation part, because the compensation part is still a 1, Remember that 3 million? So all those fixed positions, money for possible increase in compensation for LCS employees. And then she comes back with a plan, so the total ask will remain same, but instead of incurring a fixed cost in new positions, we'll be doing that for compensation of our employees.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
Mr. Harvey?
I do not accept that friendly amendment. I would like to just call for the vote.
Okay, so Dr. Brennan?
So I'd just like to say that I think that the message that I hope that we're asking of administration is that we would like to consider having an increase in raise over the 5% for our staff. And as Dr. Gupta is saying, I think we'd like to know what the reality of that is. We're obviously not voting on the budget tonight. We're going to vote on a budget that gives us numbers that we can actually look at. So I would put that in this context, that we're asking the administration to help us to see what that would be, because it may come back and we say, you know, we don't want to do this, or we want to do less than that. But I would just like to make that clear that we're not voting on the budget, but we want to be responsible, good board members to say, we want to know what the amount is and how it would fit, and are there other places that things could be adjusted to compensate to some degree for that?
If the board would allow, I think to make this clean, let's vote on Mr. Harvey's motion.
Sure.
Up or down, and then after that is determined, then we can ponder over some of these other realities. If you're voting in favor of Mr. Harvey's motion, which embraced a friendly amendment, that we had a $3.1 million ask initially, which was basically an average of 5%, however it gets distributed. And now the friendly amendment has embraced the fact that we would raise that from 5% to 8% and go from 19,000 for PI to 35,000. If you're in favor of that, you would vote yes. If you're not in favor, you would vote no. Is there any unreadiness? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
No.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
No.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha? Excuse me, Dr. Coleman?
No.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
No.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes. Tie vote.
Motion fails.
Tie vote, motion fails. But report the vote count, Madam Clerk.
School Board Member Trost was...
No, what was it, 4?
I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses.
4 no.
I'm sorry, and 4 noes.
Yeah, so
That was a tie.
the motion fails when it's a tie, according to parliamentary procedure. Now, is there another direction that we would like to give tonight, and then we can move on with this ongoing discussion? Dr. Carter?
I don't understand Dr. Gupta's motion or his, what he's asking for. So are you saying that we won't hire the reading specialist, the 11 elementary library, that we'll just focus those resources or monies on the current positions we have now? Okay, I just want to clarify that.
Is there anyone that embraces?
Give her the freedom to decide how she's going to work it out. So we have a dollar amount when we leave tonight that she's working with, and she has a dollar amount she's working. It's not just a random number thrown here.
But I'm not understanding a dollar amount.
That's
You all
the-
probably do, I don't.
That's the number she had in that spreadsheet she handed out during our quarterly meetings.
Board members, do you understand what he's suggesting? No, I don't want
I
you
guess-
voting on something you don't understand what you're voting on.
I believe, Dr. Gupta, what you're essentially saying is, here's a pot of money. If you want to use compensation, fine. If you want to use that money for added positions, fine. Or if you want a hybrid, maybe you, instead of having 10 new positions, you have 5 new positions and take the money for the other 5 positions. Are you letting the superintendent make that decision?
No, just for compensation. This is the spreadsheet I'm talking about.
Okay.
This spreadsheet has all the zeros, and the first 3 ones are for the salary. And the rest of the ones are added new positions. So what I'm saying is keep those first 3 ones because they're compensation related. The other ones, in my mind, we're about 2.1 to 2.4 million. I may be plus minus here and there. So redirect that money for compensation. That may come out to be 8%, 7%, whatever it comes out to be. But then we know our fixed amount, we are in that territory of $3.1 million in extra. And then we are catching up on, as average Dr. Brennan was mentioning, or freezing of steps in the past we had.
Someone, for direction purposes only, for the superintendent for now, prepared to make a motion to what Dr. Gupta is saying, or do you want to make another motion to the 3.1 as was presented tonight?
Again, if I just may give one more point of clarification, so no new positions, use that money instead for additional compensation. Keep the asks the same. Okay.
Is there a motion to that effect? If nobody makes the motion, Dr. Gupta, that motion. Go in.
I make a motion, it always fails, so I'm not gonna do that.
Dr. Sinha,
We're not voting on the budget right now, so
No,
for now, we
this is
can
just
leave
giving
it
direction.
in there and just price out each component. So if you have a component that's new positions, it costs this much. Then you can mix and match and do the scenarios. But I don't like the idea of just saying, well, we're not gonna fund any new positions because our needs change. We wouldn't be asked to seek funding for these positions if they could just, if we could just say we're not gonna have them. I understand the trade-off, I do. But so I wouldn't want to just have it either or.
But you got coronavirus money.
Ms. Morrison?
And remember that they did what we asked them to do, and that was that they gave us a list of priorities, and I'm just trying to find a way to do it all, and I think that's what we're trying to do, but we're just trying to make it so that we can live with it.
Right.
And to say that, then take away their priorities is, to me, when you've done what we've asked you to do.
And
Right.
the chair wants to appreciate the fact that we give direction to the superintendent and staff. They galvanize themselves, sacrificing time and energy. They go do it for us. And then when they bring it, then we come up with new things or additional thoughts after deliberations. And so that is my concern. We could go on and on with this tonight. All they need is direction, and not to keep coming back and forth every week with something totally different. Dr. Carter?
You and Mrs. Morrison said what I was gonna say. So if we, yeah, you said what I was gonna say.
All right, so Dr. Gupta was attempting to express a motion. I'm not sure if anybody made a motion. And if they didn't, then are we directing the superintendent to move forward with the 3.1 that was presented tonight? And if they see fit to bring some other things in light of what we discussed, then they could certainly do so.
Right.
Is there a motion for that?
I will move that, what you said.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes, the 3.1 ask that has been clearly delineated tonight, that we embrace that as an ask at minimum. And that if
Minimum.
staff wants to come back with something else that is well thought through, that can be possible, then we would be willing to consider that.
Thank you.
That is Mrs. Morrison's motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Then moved by Ms. Morrison, seconded by Dr. Sinha, that we direct the superintendent to move forward with the 3.1 minimum ask. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Scoop up member Trost.
Yes.
Scoop up member Dr. Brennan.
Yes.
Scoop up member Ms. Morrison.
Yes.
Scoop up member Dr. Carter.
Yes.
Scoop up member Dr. Coleman.
Yes.
Scoop up member Dr. Sinha.
Yes.
Scoop up member Dr. Gupta.
No.
Scoop up member Mr. Harvey.
No.
All right, so that's 6-2.
6-2.
And we do regrettably miss Dr. Nillis tonight, and I'm asking you all to continue to keep him and his family in your prayers. All right, then that concludes all of our items for tonight. There's one quick thing I want to do before I read the informational items, and then we will need to go into a closed meeting. We have the best clerk in the Commonwealth, and I would like to read this, and then I want to ask Dr. Carter would help me in giving something very special to our clerk, Tina Day. And we also have something likewise for Barbara Saunders, who is our deputy or assistant clerk. School Board Clerk Appreciation Proclamation, Tina Day Board Clerk. Whereas school board clerks in each locality throughout our great Commonwealth are appointed by law to fulfill their duties and responsibilities. And whereas school board clerks are responsible for keeping accurate records of the meetings and proceedings of the school board, a record of all receipts and disbursements, and a record of all official acts. And whereas school board clerks perform such other duties in connection with the school business of his or her county or city as may be required by the school board. And whereas school board clerks maintain frequent contact with the public, including parents, employees, and the media on behalf of the school board and superintendent. And whereas school board clerks join with the school boards to help ensure that students achieve to their highest potential. And whereas school board clerks provide an individual or invaluable service for school board members and superintendents, the VSBA Board of Directors does hereby recognize the third week of February as School Board Clerk Appreciation Week in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And whereas the Lynchburg City Schools School Board joined the VSBA and recognized the many and varied contributions of school board clerks, now therefore be it resolved that at its meeting on the 15th day of February, the Lynchburg City School Board also recognized this the third week of February as School Board Clerk Appreciation Work and commend the excellence of our clerk, Tina Day, signed by James Coleman School Board Chair and Sharon Carter, School Board Vice Chair. And so all of the board members pitched in, and Dr. Carter, if you could just help me present this to Ms. Davis. It's coming from all of the members of the board. An appreciation to you, Clerk Tina Day, for your outstanding work.
That's good.
Thank you. You do an outstanding job. And board members, likewise, a presentation will be made to Barbara as well, as love from this board and appreciation to our clerks. All right, you see several informational items tonight relative to our Finance Committee. The next board meeting will be on March the 1st. First, you see the Legislative Advocacy and Relations Committee meeting, so stated, and our work session on the 15th, and then an additional Finance Committee meeting that may or may not take place, depending on what we're doing with council. So at this time.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one question?
Yes, please, Dr.
Can you explain to us what we're doing now? We're going into closed session, and are we going to come out and have a discussion?
Yes, we are.
We are. So we're going to go in back, we're going to come out into a public session again. Okay, just wanted to clarify for those who want to sit through the rest of it.
Hopefully it won't be long.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Just wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. Well, excellent clarification. So we're now going into closed meeting, but wait a minute. The school board chair recommends that the school board approve a motion to convene a closed meeting to discuss the following as permitted by the Virginia Code, Section 2.2-3711A7, consultation with legal counsel concerning probable litigation because consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body and as permitted by the Virginia Code, Section 2.23711A8, consultation with legal counsel concerning the governor's executive order number 2, Senate Bill 739, Senate Bill 1272, and masking. Is there a motion to go into closed meeting?
I move that we go into closed meeting.
Is there a second?
A second?
Been moved by Dr. Carter, seconded by Ms. Morrison, that we will go into the closed meeting for the said coded reasons. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Charles?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
We're gonna go to our room upstairs, and then everybody please remain. We'll be right back. come out of closed meeting.
I move that we come out of closed meeting.
Been moved by Dr. Carter. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Trost, that we come out of closed meeting. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
We will now certify that in accordance with the Code of Virginia, Code 2.2-3711A7 and Section 2.23711A8, that all matters discussed were in harmony with the reasons why we moved into the closed meeting. And Madam Clerk, please call each board member.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Now I have a statement from our superintendent, Dr. Edwards.
Absolutely. So thank you for Attorney Towns, although she's not here, having met us in closed session to give us some legal updates. At this point, it is my recommendation that given that our numbers in the community are trending down, our numbers in LCS are also trending down. And when we had revisited this in January, one of the things that we were very hopeful for was that we would get to the end of February and be in a better place. And that looks like that's going to happen in conjunction with what's going on with the various Senate bills, Senate 1303, 739, and all of that. I am recommending that for our students that we do go mask optional beginning on March 1st. For our staff, we are still under the DOLE regulations. There is a meeting tomorrow, so at this point and this time, similar to where we were before, I recommend that we stay put with our current requirements for staff and continue to evaluate that and come back to the table at some point later after we get more information. And with regard to the school bus, we are still required under federal law to have masks on school buses, so we will continue to have masks on school buses. So that is my recommendation for the board to consider at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Is there a motion from the board? Dr. Brennan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a comment, which is that as this board has done for the last 2 years dealing with the COVID pandemic, we've always said that our approach to this is going to be to keep our children and our staff safe, and that's what we plan to continue to do in the future. That we've also said that our mitigation plan is multi-layered, and it consists of a number of interventions, one being vaccination, which we continue to encourage and work with the health department and would like to get our community above 45% vaccinated to protect our students and our staff. Other aspects like physical distancing, ventilation, and testing, which we now have programs in the schools also to do testing. That we all know there's a lot of controversy about mask use, and the data is not all that great, and I think the idea of making that optional is a good idea. I think we're still going to need to use it in certain situations, such as our staff, if it's still required, such as students who have COVID who come back early. The new interim guidelines from the Virginia Department of Health state they still need to require masks. They'll still need, under federal law, they'll still need to wear masks on the bus unless that changes. So with those caveats in mind, I'd like to make a motion that as of March 1st, the Lynchburg City Schools makes mask requirements an option, makes optional.
A second to Dr. Brennan's motion?
A second.
Seconded by Ms. Morrison, that the motion would be discussed at this point in the discussion. Dr. Gupta.
You know, it doesn't make sense to hold for another 2 weeks, knowing that, and I'll give you an example. My daughter lives in a nursing home. She had a roommate who tested positive for COVID. They quarantined the room and they put everybody on a PPE. PPE means the infection is not coming in and nobody else will have COVID. So after having a 10 days in quarantine, another roommate tested positive for COVID. And these people are not roaming around in schools. These people are not going out. So point is, all that PPE I had in that room didn't mitigate COVID spread in that room. So having said that, to me, there's no point putting mandates. I have said all along in these discussions, if somebody wants to wear it, let them wear it. If somebody doesn't want to wear it, let them be off the hook.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Any further discussion, questions concerning the motion? If not, if you vote yes, you're in favor of, in compliance with Senate Bill 739, that the mask will become optional effective March the 1st in Lynchburg City Schools. If you vote no, then that means that you're not in favor of
For
the-
students.
For students, yes, thank you, Ms. Morrison. For students, as clarified. If you vote no, then you're not in favor of the motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Dr. Gupta?
No.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-1.
I want to thank the board tonight. This is from the start with the incredible unveiling for Samuel Kelso. Thank all of the schools. We're going to take this and showcase it in our various venues. Thank you for the schools for your appreciation of us. And thank you, board, for showing appreciation to our outstanding, marvelous clerk, Tina Day and Barbara.